Sam presents Wings to Victory. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Walter Jones, USA. The story of 10 men in a flying fortress nicknamed Gwendolyn, and how they set a record for taking it and dishing it out in the sky above German-occupied France. From the West Coast, ladies and gentlemen, the Army Air Forces present Wings to Victory, a dramatization of American heroism based on combat reports from the fighting fronts. For obvious reasons, the names of places and of characters in these true stories are fictitious. The Army Air Forces Orchestra opens our program with the Knightsbridge March from Eric Coates' London Suite.
Lieutenant Charles Taney's first vivid recollection of that day was a voice speaking on the radio. He had been awakened at 5 o'clock in the morning, along with several other American officers. He found himself in a small barracks room called a mission hut at an American bomber station in England. It was while he was struggling up from sleep that he remembered this was an important day. He, Lieutenant Taney, had been assigned as pilot of a strange flying fortress with a crew he had never met. They were going on a bombing operation over occupied France. But it was still dark outside and cold until some bright-faced vim and vigor boy turned on that radio.
Come on, you guys, roll out. It's 5 a.m. and 3 minutes past. The good old British Broadcasting Company will wake you up. They got an early bird hour. Little Tom Tit's chirping and poetry. Now, where is that early bird hour? I know it's...
So, the political situation in North Africa continues to be rather muddled. In this connection, we have a Reuters dispatch from Lisbon reporting that the Axis will shortly launch a peace offensive. It is alleged that fascist groups in the democracies are secretly working for a negotiated peace with Hitler. French fascists.
Now you've done it, Joey. I bet you busted every tube in the thing.
Yeah, did I? Too bad.
Why didn't you listen to what the man was saying? The war's going to be over soon. Okay. But you guys still got to roll out. The war isn't over yet.
Breakfast. Come on in, Chief.
I'm first.
No hurry, gentlemen, no hurry. The weather's a bit on the dark side, it is. Here, allow me.
Lieutenant Taney dressed and drank his tea. That voice on the radio repeating vague but familiar rumors of Nazi peace offensives had jolted him. He was 26 years old and a law school graduate. He remembers thinking that it was a bad start for a day of battle. A few minutes later, when he stepped into the English morning, he saw that he would get no bracing tonic from the weather. It was a blousy, mournful dawn. Sunrise already a complete failure. Scatterbrained gusts of wind were chasing about the flying field. Lieutenant Taney walked with brisk strides to the intelligence office. Here, the sharp, urgent details of his job reclaimed him. Captain Miller, the intelligence section chief, was waiting for him.
Sir, I'm Lieutenant Taney.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Good morning. You're the new pilot for number 7 flight, assigned to 964?
That's right, sir.
Have you met Lieutenant Johnson, your navigator? Lieutenant Suchek, your bombardier.
No, I'm brand new. Glad to know you, Johnson.
Glad to know you, Skipper.
Suchek?
Yes, sir.
They aren't giving us much time to get acquainted.
Nothing like a bomber to throw fellas together.
You may feel like a stranger for the first 2 or 3 minutes, but it'll wear off.
Yes, I'm sure of that.
Now then, boys, this is the setup in a general way. The Potez plant at Milt is making airplane engines and parts for the Germans. We're going to give them a pasting.
Good.
You'll be briefed a little later. In fact, there's some delay for a reason I don't know. So all I can tell you is to stand by. But I'm sure Lieutenant Taney will be glad of the chance to talk to the rest of his crew and look over his ship.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, what's her name?
Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn?
Mm-hmm.
Who named her that and why?
Well, it's a mystery just who did name her, but she's got a gal's picture painted on her front end. A sort of a Petty or a John Ligotta gal, if you know what I mean, Skipper.
He knows what you mean, pal.
Well, Gwendolyn suits me. How do the sergeants like her?
Oh, fine. They look at her and start whistling. There are such things.
Yeah, I suppose there are. I'd almost forgotten.
Another moment Gwendolyn's new commanding officer will not forget was the meeting with the rest of her crew. Within a short while, they would all be fighting for their lives together. Lieutenant Taney must depend on these 9 men, and they must depend on him. They met in a corner of the operations hut, and already the fortresses were warming up for the raid on Milt.
Lieutenant Taney, this is Lieutenant Midden, your co-pilot.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Sergeant Boucher, tail gunner.
How do you do, Sergeant?
Sergeant Reed, belly gunner.
Reed,
Pleasure, sir. How are you? Sergeant Bowden, radio gunner.
How do you do, Sergeant Bowden?
Sergeant Witzel, radio operator.
How do you do, sir?
Sergeant Burns, top gunner.
How do you do, sir?
Sergeant
And
Burns.
Sergeant Halverson, waist gunner.
How do you
Halverson.
Ike tells me you used to be a lawyer, sir.
That's right, Midden.
Well, I skimmed through law school myself.
Uh-oh, this looks bad. Pilot and co-pilot, both lawyers. And our bombardier just lacking a year of being one. You'll have to quote the books to Sammy and Ike, Skipper.
Don't forget Pete, Yanni. He used to be a statistician.
He means Pete Bowden, sir.
Well, if we can't lick those Fokker-Wolves, we'll get out an injunction against them, huh?
Hey, tell him the gag about Peter the Great, Sammy. It's good. You tell him, Sarge. Well, that Peter the Great only had 2 lawyers in his whole kingdom. So he decided he'd hang one of them. You heard this, sir?
Oh, no. Go right ahead.
Well, it seems like the lawyers heard one of them was going to get hanged. So they decided they didn't.
Lieutenant Taney listened with only half an ear to Sergeant Boucher's yarn. He was busy sizing up his crew. He was thinking to himself.
They look okay. They all call one another by their first names. That's a good sign. I don't notice any nervous Nellies. I gotta learn all their first names before we start. I'll get Sammy Midden to help. I like their grins. Good thing they can kid right up to the takeoff. Even if that tail gunner does think hanging lawyers is funny.
Oh, maybe it is.
Yep, they'll do. I hope they think I'll do. I hope I will do. A guy can make so many mistakes, and just one is all it takes. Just one little item boomed a day and negotiated peace. Fascist groups. Why do I keep thinking about such goofy rumors? I got a war to fight. I got a bomber on my hands.
So the second lawyer says, I gotta be tried by a jury of my peers. So Peter the Great says, okay. So we get the jury of 12 jackasses to try the second lawyer. And they all vote guilty.
Yeah.
Hey, this skipper's okay. Even if he did start out to be a lawyer.
It's almost time to start for France. Gwendolyn, the fortress, is on the line. Lieutenant Taney is finishing a meticulous checkup with Sergeant Polkno, the crew chief. He's discovered that Gwendolyn is a beautiful gal, clean, glistening, and glamorous. He looks at Sergeant Polkno gratefully. Polkno, a sharp-nosed and bald-headed Czech, is the only man associated with Gwendolyn who hasn't wisecracked.
Well, Sergeant, looks like a swell job to me.
You think maybe you can do some killing with her, eh?
Killing? Oh, yes.
Good. You have extra fine gunners, Lieutenant.
I'm glad to know that.
There is one drawback. They put you to fly Tail and Charlie. They do that because your gunners are so good.
Tail and Charlie Taney. That almost rhymed.
Sure. You make a joke. Like all of them.
But my knees are shaking.
Shake your knees, eh? You want best cure for that?
Yeah, what's your prescription, Sergeant?
Shake your fists, sir. Shake both fists. It's a sure cure for the knees.
Thanks. I'll try it later on.
I don't understand you boys. You laugh and make joke. To me, this ship, she's a killer. I worked long time on her guns. Look at the breach here. All hands drop to work slick. I think of the Jerrys they will kill. Then I sweat them out some more. I don't like Jerrys.
What kind of peace terms would you offer?
Peace terms? To Jerry? This time?
Sure, he might yell comrade one of these days, you know.
Oh, I would be deaf. I would be blind.
Oh, now, Sergeant.
Lieutenant Taney, I will tell you something. I fought Jerry last time. He lifted up his hands and said he was sick of war. I believed him. I will not believe him again. Will you?
Well,
Number 1 flight's getting the flag. Time to go, Skipper.
Oh, very well, Sammy.
Shake out of here, Anton. This boxcar goes to France.
Maybe you could use an extra gunner, eh?
Oh, I'm afraid there isn't enough time to arrange
Don't
it.
fall for that, Skipper. The old man would skin us alive if we took Anton. You get a court just for suggesting it.
I guess I'm old. Well, good luck, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. Was there anything you'd like in the way of a souvenir?
Bring me Hermann Goering with his throat cut, sir. But if you can't find him, I'll settle for all of you coming back in one piece.
A great curtain speech, Sarge. Never heard you deliver it better.
Oh, always kidding, but... Oh, God should bless you.
Thanks again. Well, all aboard. All aboard.
Gwendolyn, her skipper, and her crew are off to France. She has a belly full of bombs for Hitler's aircraft works at Mult, 60 miles inland from the French coast. Gwendolyn is flying last in the rear guard, which is an echelon of V's from left to right, inside the wing-end ships of the main formation. Lieutenant Taney and his men are still kidding one another on the ship's interphone as they cross the channel.
Hey, Skipper.
Yes?
This is Ike Suchek, the handsome bombardier. Remember me?
Oh, are we carrying a bombardier?
Sure, you remember Reich, Skipper. The boy with the clammy handshake and warts on his knuckles.
Okay, Sammy. Just for that, I'll have to tell him.
Tell me what, Ike?
Your co-pilot has claustrophobia, sir.
Sammy has? No kidding?
Mm-hmm. You notice him getting restless. Just cut a hole in the fuselage with a blowtorch and let him walk on the wings.
How's my navigator, Ike?
Oh, one of the best in the business. Yanni Janssen is strictly okay. Thanks, pal.
Ah, now come clean, Yanni. Tell the skipper about that glaucoma in your good eye.
Glaucoma. Does that interfere with a man's sight?
Only after dark, sir. Total blindness comes on suddenly.
Excuse me, sir, but this is Sergeant Boucher.
Yes, Sergeant.
Tony Reed, our belly gunner, is going to have one of his fits, I'm afraid.
Yeah? What kind of fits?
I'm not twitching very much, Skipper, but I just heard a thump. I think Sergeant Halverson has fallen through the bomb bay doors.
We caught him.
Well, what's wrong with my waist gunner?
His doctor told him never to fly, sir.
He can't stand the altitude, seems like.
Haven't I any healthy men in this ship at all?
Oh, sure. Top turret gunner Burns is healthy, sir.
Oh, no, I ain't, Ike. I got a mental aversion to violence of any kind. You remember what the flight surgeon called me. Let me tell you about my psychoanalysis, Skipper. You see, I was having dreams.
But Lieutenant Taney isn't really listening to the rest of it. He knows that the crew is talkative because they're at a high pitch of nervous tension. He knows they talk with deliberate and sometimes grisly humor because men going into battle cling to the traditional refuge of the soldier. But he himself is thinking as they approach the coast of France.
I will soon be really in it. Wish I'd asked the Major to tell those boys in the ships ahead not to get too far ahead of us. We're the last in line to drop bombs. When we open the bomb bay doors, their drag will slow us down. It always does. We'll fall behind the formation unless they wait for us. But they never do wait for Taylor and Charlie. They get excited and tear off. It isn't fair. It's just if just the next two ships would wait for us. I wish I'd asked him. No, I couldn't do that. You can't tell the truth that you're scared. You've got to pretend it's all a funny little game.
Lieutenant Taney.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Sammy.
Major's calling.
Hello. Hello, this is Taney.
Hello, Gwendolyn.
Receiving you, sir.
They've got a new trick I forgot to tell you about. They come past your flanks and pretend to be after ships to right and left. Then make a quick 20-degree turn and shoot at you. Might warn your gunners again. We're going in now.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yes, Ike?
Tell Yanni to quit tapping with his pencil. I can't concentrate. Oh, boy.
See anything interesting, Ike?
A beautiful, big factory. Reminds me of General Motors in Detroit. Uh-oh. The boys are starting to mess it up. It'll soon be our turn. Bomb doors open.
Good run, sir. Not much flak.
It's a cinch.
More right rudder, Lieutenant. We're in the slipstream. Right a bit. Hard right. Right, I said. Right.
Right she is.
Hold it now.
I wonder where their fighters are.
Okay. Bombs away. Button her up.
Bomb doors closed.
Step on it, Skipper. We're falling behind.
I know. They never wait for a guy. Hey, how about it, Ike? Did we do any good?
Half a second. There they are. Hit. 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 On target.
Good boy.
Then came the worst moment of a bombing raid. As Gwendolyn labored after the other fortresses, trying to catch up, the heavy German flak fire abruptly stopped. That meant there were Focke-Wulfs and Messerschmitt 109Gs in the sky.
Why don't those guys wait for us?
They never do. Hey, how much mercury are we pulling?
49 inches.
Enemy aircraft at 3 o'clock, Lieutenant.
Jerry's at 5 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock. At 1 o'clock.
Hey, Lieutenant. They're coming in from behind. There's a jillion of them. They look like pigeons.
Pour it on them, tail gunner.
I can't. My guns are jammed. I'm trying to clear them.
Keep swinging it so it looks like you're firing.
Okay, Skipper. I've got one cleared now.
Lieutenant Yaney remembers that next few minutes. Cherries came in from all angles. They dived to within 15 yards, and Gwendolyn cut loose at her. The bullets and cannon shells ripped her tail, her fuselage, her wings. To Lieutenant Taney, it was like sitting in a huge iron boiler, rolling down a mountain strewn with jagged rocks.
Get that guy, Tony.
There's two guys, Sam. They came from one behind the other. Uh-oh!
Hey, Sammy.
Yeah?
What's your wheel doing way over to the right? Mine is centered.
They got my aileron control cable.
Hey, Lieutenant, there's a bunch of control wires slapping me in the bus.
Oh, fine. The tail surface controls are shut out. Shut off that engine, Sammy.
I'm trying to. Shut off.
Can't even. It's no good. The controls are messed up.
Number one has quit on her.
That's a mere nothing. Here, she's trying to climb on me. Give me a hand, Sammy. Gotta keep her nose down.
Skipper.
Yes, Yanni?
Our left-hand oxygen system is gone, sir. Joe Halverson and Billy Witzel.
Bill, Joe, you all right back there?
I'm okay, but Joe passed out. I'm using the emergency bottle on him.
Is he hurt, Bill?
Nah, just no oxygen. He's coming around, but I guess I'm gonna pass out. I can't.
Bill, answer me. Hey, Ike,
What's that?
Both waist gunners are out. Hop up and see if you can do anything.
Okay now, Skipper. This is Joe. I'm working on Bill. Tell Ike to stick where he is.
We'll have to go down to 20,000, Sammy. Brace yourself against this wheel.
So, not too hard that you're bending the column.
Nuts. She's got to go down. Those guys can't live up here without oxygen.
One engine running wild and one dead, with motor, aileron, and tail control shot to pieces, both wings sieved by cannon shells, Gwendolyn sank drunkenly down to 20,000 feet. Her right wing was so badly damaged, it took full left aileron to hold it up. Gwendolyn was in a desperate plight. Seeing her drop and then go staggering off alone, the Jerry pursuit pilots knew they had a cripple. They moved in for the kill. And what does a fortress pilot think about in such an extremity? Lieutenant Taney remembers very well what he was thinking.
Well, this is it. We can't make it back to England. We'll have to ditch her, bail out. It's a German prison camp for all of us. They got us. They know it. He was so close I could see his face.
Woo! That was right above, near the top turret.
Yeah, tough luck, but Hello, all hands, attention. Prepare to ditch. Ike.
Okay, pal.
Johnny.
Right.
Bill.
Yeah.
Joe.
Right.
Tony.
Yes, sir.
Watch your behavior when you get down. Tell him nothing. Hey, what's that?
It's Rick Burns. He's fallen out of the top turret. He's badly shot up. I'll go back and see. Anybody got a towel? I'm okay. That's all I need. Here now, take it easy and lie down. Let me see where you hit. Hey, you just knocked some teeth out of me. Lie still. Skipper!
Attention, all hands. Rick Burns is hurt. We'll have to try to get him home. But anyone who wants to can bail out.
Lieutenant Taney?
Yes, Ike?
I want to come up and help Rick. What's the matter with the door?
Rick's lying on it. Sammy's helping him.
Call Bill Winchell in here, will you, Skipper? He's our best hand at first aid.
Bill's already on his way, Skipper.
That guy'll kill me. Just give me a towel and stuff in my mouth.
How you doing, Sammy?
Oh, good. Tell Rick to lie still and let me feel for the arteries. Trying his best to bleed to death.
I'll take over, Sammy. I can handle this bug.
How about it, Bill? Is this where you press for the carotid artery? You're nuts. That's my adenoids.
She's gone. Out of control. Come up here, Sammy. You'll have to help me.
Okay. Slide over. I'll get a good grip.
Lieutenant Haney.
Yes?
Joe Halverson is hit. Got him in the belly. How much longer will it be?
Not long, Yanni. We're over the channel. Hey, Bill.
Yes, sir?
Is Rick all right?
Yeah, he wasn't shot in the lung. Just in the head. I've got him plugged up.
Okay. Go back to help Lieutenant Johnson.
Thanks, Skipper. Another 2 minutes of first aid and I would be a goner. I'll make it now.
Feeling better, huh?
Yeah, except I'm kind of tired of flying.
It won't be long now.
Is that a definite promise?
I give you my word on it, Rick. You squarehead butchers, pour it on. Come on down again. We're still flying. Sarge, Tony, Pete, have you killed any of them? Have they done all this to us without getting anything? Don't tell me we haven't killed even one of them.
Take it easy, Skipper. I got 4 myself. 3 here, Lieutenant. I've been keeping close track, Lieutenant. We got 12 shore dead ones and about 7 maybe.
13 shore dead ones, Skipper. Hey, here come the Spitfires. I don't think Jerry will be back.
Hey, Lieutenant. Rick Burns is speaking to you, sir.
Oh, yes, Rick.
I'm plumb out of patience with flying. I sure would like to see some ground again. I mean, see it and feel it.
We're going down now if Sammy and I can point her nose that way. Heave ho, Sammy. Yep. Here we go, Rick. You'll walk on that ground again. So will Joe. So will all of us.
Lieutenant Taney has a very sharp recollection of that landing. He brought Gwendolyn wobbling down to the nearest British landing field. Gwendolyn's wheels were useless. Her runaway motor and shattered controls made it impossible to check her speed by normal procedure. So he deliberately brushed the tops of several trees at the edge of the field and slid her down on her belly. But it was the scene right afterwards that will stay with Lieutenant Taney as long as he has memory.
Careful with that stretcher now. How you feeling, Joe?
Bill and Yanni are nuts. I just got a crease in the belly. I'll be up tomorrow.
Oh, the docs will see about that. Hey, Rick Burns, where do you think you're going?
1 adenoid and 2 teeth. That's all, Skipper. I'm going to get myself a cup of tea.
You get back on that stretcher, Rick. Go on now. Hey, you orderlies, put him in the ambulance and keep him there.
Sammy, can't you please talk to the skipper? I can't be in the hospital tomorrow, neither can Joe.
Why not? Have they got a heavy date or something?
Well, kind of a date, Charlie. We all want to say goodbye to Hank Edmiston.
Edmiston?
Our old skipper. He took his place. Great fella. They're giving him the DFC posthumously.
Oh, I see. No one told me. I'm sorry.
Lieutenant Taney. Lieutenant Taney. Is he here?
I'm Taney, Bud.
Oh, how do you do, Lieutenant? I'm with the Broadcasting Company. We're running a series of interviews with American flyers. We send them by shortwave to the States. We'd like you to be in our next program. You know, say a few words, talk to the folks back home. Inspirational stuff, you know.
You wouldn't want me.
Oh, but indeed we would, sir.
No, you wouldn't. What I'd have to say wouldn't sound nice. I'd be pretty apt to talk about the Jerrys. What I think ought to be done to them for starting this war. And I might say what I think of any so-and-so who wants to patch up an easy, sweet, and murderous peace with them this time. Count me out on the talk, Bud. I'll just stay here and kill as many of them as I can.
We buried a flyer of the United States Army Air Forces today. Was he shot down by a German over England, over France, or Belgium, or Tunisia? Or did a Japanese kill him above Guadalcanal, Akyab, Kunming, Rabaul? Perhaps his deadly foe was a solid front of rain in Dutch Guiana, a snowstorm in Iceland, a bolt of lightning in the Congo, or a wind current in some lost Himalayan gorge. But what does it matter now? Our brother is fallen. Our comrade is slain. The boy is dead. Cover him with the flag and make the slow march to his resting place. And let the bugle weep for him and the soldier's farewell of taps. One more gallant, laughing heart has vanished from the fight. And is this all? Is this the end of his story? We say of him as Christians should, may thy rest be this day in peace, and thy dwelling place in the paradise of God. But from our hearts will blaze one further angry speech. We must be very careful how this boy's epitaph is written. He was an American. He loved and fought for some patch of earth in his native land. He died in a distant field to keep war and the slave makers from them who were dear to him. But he was also an airman, a pioneer, a citizen of that greater republic of the sky. No country on this earth was entirely foreign to him. He had learned new conceptions of time and space. National boundaries passed beneath his flashing silver wings, and there were no more than lines on the map. He crossed proud empires in a day, and the clock was a childish toy. He fought shoulder to shoulder with men of many creeds and races. He fought and died for peace. Not peace in America alone, but peace for the world, peace for all men of goodwill. And beside his grave we speak this vow. The Germans and the Japanese will lust no more for military grandeur when we have finished with them. We mean to give them a lesson in war that will never be forgotten. Man the guns. Load the bombs aboard. If they do not surrender, we shall bomb them until they cry, peace, peace, oh blessed peace. Be merciful and grant us peace.
Service program came to you from the West Coast. This is the Blue Network.
It's time for a song. It's time for a melody. Let's take a moment or two for tunes old and new to you.
Hi, fellas. From me to you, this is Joe Stafford in another personal album full of your favorite tunes and the latest word of your mascots. And just to make sure we get them all in, what do you say, let's take the long way home? Let's take the long way home. Let's look for the long way home. And on the way, let's pretend that this wonderful life won't end. Through Asia would be much too soon. We'll circle once around the moon. Our dream boat will carry us across the foam. We'll take the long way, make sure it's the wrong way. Let's take the long way home. Shall we fly through the night? Shall we dream as we go? See the star on your right, see the farm down below. The whole trip, it appears, only takes a million years. If you're in the mood to roam, then let's take the long way If you're in the mood to roam, then let's take the long way home. You know, from where we sit, it looks as though the Coast Guard is going to the dogs. Well, not literally. If you want to be exact about it, it's just the reverse. Judging by the letters we've received here at the Mascot Department, every combat cutter, invasion transport, LST, LCI destroyer escort, or in fact anything the Coast Guard mans has at least one dog aboard. Most famous of these is Sinbad, whom we've mentioned recently, but there are others, like Nora, who was awarded a decoration for saving the life of a stricken guardsman, and little Blackie, who holds forth as part of the invasion fleet. Attired in a specially made life jacket made by his fellow crew members, Blackie has hit the beaches 3 times, at Sicily, Italy, and on D-Day in Normandy. And then there's Bunky, whose shipmates insist barked the Japs out of a machine gun nest on a vital airstrip in Dutch New Guinea. Well, for the men of the Coast Guard and their fighting pooches, here's our assurance that we'll be thinking of you. When you're away, dear, how weary the lonesome eyes. Sunshine seems gray, dear. The fragrance has left the flowers. Ever I hear you and see me Say, fellas, you know we want to include your requests and mascot stories on these personal albums, so drop us a line, and we'll do the best we can to include them as soon as possible. Address, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And now here's a brand new Jerome Kern tune for Radioman Second Class Milton Gonsalves and Yeoman Second Class Les Mork. You'll be hearing more and more of this one by the same title.
This heart of mine confesses more and more I'm caught in your caresses, warmed by the breath of your sighs,
The Coast Guard doesn't have a corner on the dogs, even though we may have sounded that way. Not when we can report that Corporal Sidney Australia is stateside after 3 tours of duty in the South Pacific and is hoping to head back that way any day now. You see, Corporal Sid is a 19-month-old pooch who was flown alongside his master, Marine Captain Paul T. Havens, in everything from Corsair fighters to photographic dive bombers. The Canine Corporal's logbook shows 65 hours of combat flying in 40 sorties. And that's not dogging the job in anybody's league. I know we express Captain Haven's sentiments toward Sid with this one. I'll get by.
I'll get by as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain. I'll see it through. Poverty may come to me, that's true. But what care I'll get by as long as I have you.
Well, gang, I guess that does it for now. Until our next personal album, when we hope to do some of your favorite tunes and recount the tales of your mascots, this is Joe Stafford saying goodbye now. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And his orchestra, the Music Maids and Phil, the Charioteers, and Bing's guests for this evening, the lovely Jenny Sims and the well-known character comedian, Frank McHugh. And here's Bing Crosby.
Anchors away, my boys, out to the sea. You'll never change your course. You're sailing on to victory. Anchors away, my boys, you're tried and true. You sail the seven seas and hoist the Navy blue.
You really got to get I started to say Anchors Away is one of the favorite songs of a famous world traveler, sailor, ex-assistant secretary of the Navy, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Mr. Roosevelt's birthday next Saturday, and you can please him mightily by mailing your March of Dimes contribution to the White House. It doesn't have to be just a dime either. Why don't you see if you can't pop with something a little more powerful? On this thought, we turn to another traveler, our friend Frank McHugh. Not long back from England, where he and a group flew to entertain some of the armed forces that we shortwave to every week. Tell me, Frank, did you and Alan Jenkins score over there with that act you cooked up?
Oh, great, Bing. Great. Simply marvelous. If you have a few old jokes, England's definitely the place to go to tell them.
I'm loaded. But why is that?
Vegetables are too precious to throw at actors. Just what is the eating situation over there, Frank?
Oh, you ought to go there, John. You ought to go.
They change your dollars into pounds and your pounds into ounces.
They're parceling out their parsnips pretty parsimoniously, huh, Frank?
Definitely, Bing. You know, we were warned when we left here for the British Isles there'd be some shortages, particularly eggs.
Oh, so that's why they want whole food.
Well, we were told that when they offered us extra helpings, people would be denying themselves, particularly with eggs. So when we landed in Ireland, we tried to be very considerate. But we were kind of surprised at the very first breakfast they served us Irish bacon and eggs.
Eggs?
Yes, we ate them and all
Oh, they were great. We sat there looking around, and then the Irish waitress come up to us and said, would you like another egg? You know, and then remembering that we must be refused, said, no, thank you. And we talked and said how quaint it was here in Ireland. She came back and said, you could have another egg. We said, no, thank you. And we talked some more, and she came back and said, well, could you eat another egg? We said, yes, we could. And then she said, well, you had better, because you'll get none when you get to England.
Oh, they're fighting a lot of war over there, those English people, aren't they, Frank?
Yes, Bing. If we think we're making any sacrifices with the few shortages we have here, you ought to get a load of what the British haven't got.
I'd rather see them get a load of what they haven't got. But, I was talking to Ginny Sims a while back this afternoon about our soldiers and sailors in England.
And I was wondering if they like the English girls or if they're lonesome for the girl back home.
Well, Ginny, they're not lonesome. The English girls are wonderful. But all the American soldier really thinks about in his spare time is getting some V-mail from some female.
Getting back to the act over there, how'd you and Alan Jenkins do with the jokes, Frank?
Oh, Big, they laughed at anything. But it wasn't the joke so much the fellas wanted. You know, it was a chance to talk with home folks. So we talked before the show and after the show, and they'd rib us and get us to do all kind of silly things. I walked into a mess hall one night, and the soldier said, Frank, stop, stand right where you are. And I did, and I stood, and he said, now turn around. And I turned around. He said, now walk toward me, Frank. And I walked toward him. He said, now turn around again. I turned around. He said, now walk. I said, wait a minute, soldier, what's going on? He said, that's all right, Frank. It just seems wonderful to see an American suit again.
I'll bet it is, too. Of course, I've never seen one. This is an old jute bag that I had made for me up at San Quentin. But thanks for the facts about our men in the British Isles, Frank. For them and for all the other battle stations all over the world, here's Ginny Sims with a song and a friend. Ginny Sims later. At the moment, a few words from Carpenter.
Oh, no, not this time, Bing. I generally speak for Kraft at this point, but this evening, as Rudy Valley says, my time is your time.
Got me in.
The Kraft people, knowing how urgent the present need for certain skilled workers is, have taken 2/3 of the brief time devoted to their sales message and are giving it to you and Uncle Sam.
Well, Mr. Whiskers has asked me to spread it around that a lot of specially skilled workers are needed in various war production areas. They're needed immediately, and they're needed badly, particularly men and women who are, or whoever have been, tack welders, flanging press operators, plate hangers, outside machinists, or any other similar skills. It's a strange-sounding list, but if you're in it, or if you've ever followed any skilled trade, you'll understand it. And it's mighty important that you get in touch promptly with your local United States Employment Service office, because if you're not getting back into your trade right away, you're a bottleneck. You're actually holding up victory. I'm told that every one of the skilled workers I just mentioned is almost as important to winning this war as a regiment of soldiers. So if any of you listeners happen to know someone who used to be a skilled worker and has given it up, or retired for any reason, he's really needed back on the job, give him a jingle on the phone and tell him to listen in, and I'll talk to him later. The need for people with all kinds of technical skill is urgent. No matter what other work you may be doing now, there won't be any of it left for you to do if we don't win this war. So get back to your trade and help put the third strike on the third right. While you're mulling that over, we give ear to the charioteers here. They're 5 talented young men and a very bright and beamy treatment of yes, indeed, the charioteers. Our guests, Jenny Sims and Frank McHugh, mighty stylish in a tune. Say, Frank. Yes, Frank. When we were talking about war conditions in England a while back, I meant to ask you what the English women who work in war plants, what do they do with their youngsters during working hours?
Well, same as we do here, Bing. They have regular day nurseries. Oh, it must be great for the kids. No responsibilities, no parents to obey. Mm-hmm. I wish I was a kid again in one of those modern day nurseries.
Oh, we could probably arrange it, Frank. I stand in pretty good over at the Kenneth Carpenbarber's day nursery for night workers' offspring. Nice spot, too. Caters to some of the best welders and riveters in town. There's a sign right over there. You can see it. It says, all brats not called for within 30 years will be dropped in a claimant race at Strokesman's Park. Why don't we tiptoe over there, Frank, and take a peek, huh? It's the nipper's nap time, I think. Quiet, I'll open the door.
I'm a riveter at Northrop. I'd like to enroll my son Frankie in your nursery school. Frankie McHugh is his name.
Well, can I show you around?
No, I must be going now. I left a pail of hot rivets on the stove and I don't want them to burn. Goodbye. Now be a good boy, Frankie dear.
I want my mama. I want my mama. I want my mama.
Come now, stop that crying. Your mother
Dubnik. Is your mom working the war plant, too? Yeah, and so does my pop. He's in the hospital now on account of the swing shift. What happened? Mommy swinged and Poppy forgot to shift. Can I play with you? My name is Johnny Trotter. Oh, sure, goody. Let's play commando. You can be the landing board. I'd rather play on the teeter-totter. Come on, Frankie, you get on the other end. Oh, don't do it, Frankie. Last time I rode the seesaw with him, I was up in the air so long, I got my pilot's license. Oh, look out, here comes old Fossil Face.
Come on now, boys, it's time. Oh, Bluesby, put away that bean shooter, you bad boy.
Sorry.
You're going to be punished for that. You're going to wash your mouth out with soap.
Well, that's better than having to wash all over.
And you, Frankie, put that knife back in your pocket.
Oh, gee, that's my Boy Scout knife. Let me see that. That ain't no Boy Scout knife. It's gotta be. I swiped it off a Boy Scout.
Well, if I can't interest you children in exercises, let's play a jolly game of drop the handkerchief.
Oh, not me, Mr. Goblin Barber. The last teacher I played that game with got mad because I dropped the handkerchief and stepped on it.
Well, why should that make him angry?
He was blowing his nose at the time.
We'd better forget the games, kiddies. It's time for your lunch anyway. Here, eat these nice hard-boiled eggs.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, no, children. You must first remove the shells from the egg.
Every year, new rules with the eggshell.
Well, excuse me, boys, while I see what ails this little fellow over here. What's the matter, Snooky?
I think I got the sniffles.
Well, why?
Because I'm sniffing. That's right. And I ain't been taking snuff either. You gotta bet. I say you better get me a doctor.
Well, I know a very good baby doctor.
I'm too sick for a baby doctor. I gotta have a grown-up doctor.
Well, when you grow up, we'll get you one.
Thanks. If you really want to know why I'm sniffling, it's because my little brother won't let me play with his electric train.
Is he playing with it?
Nah. All he's doing is sitting up there quietly for the last 2 hours with his hand on the switch.
Good heavens, is he all right?
I guess so. Only every time a streetcar goes by, his eyes light up.
Well, more power to him.
It's shocking. Say, Frankie, can I ride on the new bike you came here on, huh? Can I ride on it, huh? Well, now, if you be careful, it's a brand new bike. And if that bike gets broke, my mom will kick a hole in my head. You're talking careful. Well, I'm the best bike rider in the whole world. I ride nunnies sometimes. Watch here. Yoo-hoo! Look at me go. Look at me. No feet. Look. No hands. Look. No bite. Look. No teeth. He broke my bike. He broke my bike. He broke my bike. Kick it down the side. Kick a hole in my head.
Quiet now. Be a nice boy. Oh, Frankie. Oh, I wish I had another boy like you. If I did, I'd knock your two heads together. What do you kids expect to be when you grow up?
I want to be a singer on the radio. Ain't you got no ambition at all? What are you going to be? I'm going to be a gremlin. Gremlin. Say, ain't it awful that those gremlins are plaguing the British flyers instead of plaguing the Germans, huh? Yeah, but the gremlins ain't plaguing the British as much as the Kremlin's plaguing the Germans.
Very smart for a young man, Frankie.
Well, that ain't all I'm smart in. I'm the nuts with a chem set. Hey, Boothby, want to help me make something chemical? Yeah, you even look chemical. I'm going to make a secret bomb. It's a secret, so you got to pledge not to tell, to keep mum. Shut up and keep your trap closed. I hereby swear and affirm to clamp my kisser and pledge all my allegiance to Frankie McHugh, cross my heart, hope to die, hope the cattle spit mad, hope I won't tell nobody nothing. Oh, goody, now you're in on the secret. We're going to make a big bomb. Oh, boy. First, we take 6 sticks of dynamite, junior size. Goody. Then we take 2 cups of TNT, medium strong. Then what? Then we add 10 cups of gunpowder, flesh color. That's nice. And we stir it all up like this. Looks good. Now what? Now, we put in 3 drops of water. 1, 2, 3. Stir it. What do you know? Too much water.
long as you're not in love with anyone else. Why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby. Trying to guess. Will you tell me no? Will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? Oh, baby, why don't you fall in love with me? Before we hear from Jenny Sims, here's just a brief word on another subject.
All of you regular music hall clients, as Bing would say, have been hearing me talk about Velveeta for a long time. You know how this famous cheese food looks, so golden and smooth. You know how Velveeta tastes. A cheddar cheese flavor so rich and yet so deliciously mild. And I think you know that Velveeta is good for you. But the reason for that is something you can't see or taste. In that golden Velveeta, there's protein, complete, high-quality protein from milk to help build strong muscles. There's food energy for pep and precious milk minerals and vitamin A and vitamin G or riboflavin. All this explains why Velveeta is such a good idea for lunchboxes and how this smooth-melting cheese food can really help you homemakers with today's main dish problem. Of course, there isn't as much Velveeta as there used to be. So homemakers, when you get this nutritious cheese food, use it wisely. And when your food dealer is temporarily out of Velveeta, take one of the other famous Kraft varieties, of course. 1931, President Herbert Hoover declares a moratorium on governmental debts, and Mahatma Gandhi shakes hands with the King of England. 1931, the King and Queen of Siam visit the United States, and King Alfonso flees Spain. 1931, Great Britain, Denmark, Finland, and Japan go off gold standard, and in their homes, thinking men are saying,
Say, Jenny, have you heard this new song called I Found $1 Million Baby in a 5 and 10 cent store?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
The song?
No, what you can get nowadays in a dime store.
I used to know a girl who worked in a 5 and 10 cent store.
I'm glad you said used to, Harry.
Oh, yeah, she got fired.
Why?
Oh, she couldn't remember the prices.
Oh, Harry, I bought one of those Princess Empress Eugenie hats today.
Say, you know what Napoleon did when he saw one of the first Empress Eugenie hats?
No, what?
He left for Moscow.
Really, Harry?
Oh, it's history, Jenny.
Oh, you know everything, Harry.
I should. It figures, you know. I read a lot. Hand me that racing form over there, will you?
Oh, look, Harry, look. The headline, they made it. Just think, Wally Post and Harold Gaddy went all the way around the world in only 8 days.
Oh, that's not so fast.
Around the world in 8 days isn't fast?
No, gee, I met a guy down in Poland the other day who was telling me about a new plane. It's so fast, this plane, that, well, before you can count 10, zing, it's in New York.
That's marvelous. Well, where's the plane now?
It's in New York.
Oh, what's the use of trying to have a serious discussion with you?
What's that?
It's a new song. It's pretty, isn't it? When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day, someone waits for you.
Well, that guy should have stayed out till dawn if he knew she'd be up waiting for him. It's a beautiful song, though. I think maybe it'll grow on me. Right now, I think the best song this year is the one that goes like this. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. And the fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings, as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date. Hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man, man must have his place. That no one can deny. It's still the same old story. A fight for love and glory. A case of do or die. And the world will always welcome lovers as time goes by. That's got to get it now for the old Kraft Music Hall. Next Thursday, we'll all be back for another crowded 30 minutes, and helping to crowd it will be our good friends Trudy Irwin and Victor Borghi. Between now and next Thursday, however, a lot of you people with special skills, you men and women who are needed so badly to hasten the winning of this war, you'd better check in at your local United States Employment Service office. Maybe somebody phoned you and asked you to listen in because of some technical skill you have, and if so, here's what's particularly wanted. If you've ever been a tack welder, a flanging press operator, a plate hanger, an outside machinist, or if you have some similar skill, you're one of the most important people in the present pattern for victory. No matter what you're doing now, get back into your trade. Go to your local United States Employment Service office tomorrow morning. You're needed. The least you can do when your country calls is be as ready and willing to give of what skill you have as some men are willingly giving everything they've got. Good night.
your Bing Crosby, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids and Phil, the Charioteers, and Bing's special guests for that evening, Judy Irwin and Victor Morgan. Ginny Sims was heard on the Kraft Music Hall by courtesy of the makers of Philip Morris cigarettes, sponsors of her Tuesday night program, Johnny Presents. The Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond.
I sit here in the boat as it skims over the lake toward the mainland. Once again, I turn to look back at the fire raging on the island. And I think of that flame-swept place as a funeral pyre. And now that it's finished, I think, too, of the strange adventure, how it began. Unlike the usual coming events, the adventures I find myself in do not as a rule cast their shadows before them. This one, for example, had a quite enough beginning, the door buzzer. The buzzer stopped, and a moment later, Denny came into the library.
Captain Drummond, the young lady is here.
The young lady? What are you talking about, Denny? What young lady?
You appear surprised, sir.
Well, I am.
But she said you were expecting her.
That, Denny, is news to me. What's her name?
She wouldn't say. This is all rather strange. I wonder...
Drummond, I want to speak to you.
Oh. Well, now that you're here, suppose you begin. I suggest you start by offering your name.
Well, I'd like this to be confidential, if it's possible.
I assure you, Denny's presence will in no way violate your desired confidence.
All right, Captain Drummond. I'm Helen Sanders.
I take it by that ring on your hand that it's Mrs. Sanders.
Yes, Mrs. Victor Sanders.
Go on.
Well, it's about my husband, Victor. That's what I came to see you.
What about your husband?
He's jealous.
Well, that's not so unusual in the case where a wife is as attractive as you are.
But he'd like to see me dead.
Oh, that's jealous, huh?
Yes, there's no basis for it. It's just his imagination. I was up at our place at Crystal Lake. We have an island out in the lake. And some of Victor's associates and friends came up for the weekend. Everything was going along all right, but then...
I suppose Mr. Sanders raised some sort of scene. That's the usual thing.
No. Victor wasn't there. He was at the sanitarium.
Sanitarium?
Yes. My husband was confined to a mental hospital at Millbrook 6 months ago. Victor had a complete mental and nervous collapse. The doctor said it was severe paranoia or something like that. In recent weeks, he's become progressively worse. When I went to see him last Tuesday, the attendant left the room for a while. When he's gone, Victor tried to kill me. He was like a mad animal. He tried to choke me. He said that I let him put away so I could get rid of him and could marry someone else. Well, if the attendant hadn't come back in time, I think I would have been dead.
Well, I can well understand your being upset this way, Mrs. Sanders, but you don't seem to be in any apparent danger now. You don't need me. As long as your husband is confined to the sanitarium, you're perfectly safe.
I knew that's just it, Captain Drummond. That's why I came right to you.
What do you mean?
Well, while I was up at the island of Crystal Lake, I received a telephone call. It was Victor. He said he was going to kill me.
But I say, how could he phone you from the sanitarium? I don't imagine they'd allow him.
After he hung up, I called to check. Victor escaped from the Millbrook Sanitarium tonight. That's why I came to you. There's another sharp turn just ahead.
You better slow down a bit more, Denny.
Yes, sir. Yeah, what a beastly night.
How much farther now?
Well, it's about a mile to the lake from here.
You know, I still think, Captain Drummond, that Mrs. Sanders would have been much safer back in town. As long as we're with her, she'll be all right. Yes, but you seem to be so sure that her husband is somewhere up here. Quite sure. Well, isn't that exposing her to unnecessary danger, sir? It's also a sure way of capturing Sanders before he does any damage. There's the matter of Ralph Conway, Denny, Sanders' former partner. He's at the island. You remember Mrs. Sanders told us that her husband thinks she had him confined so she could eventually marry Conway.
But it's his imagination. That's part of his sickness.
I know, but to your husband, Mrs. Sanders, that twisted thought is a living reality.
Oh, well, then you think he'll kill Ralph, too?
I think he might try. In view of everything you've told me, I'm as concerned about Ralph Conway's safety as I am about yours. Sir! Denny, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Look, sir. In the road ahead.
It's a man lying there. But he looks like...
Come on, Denny. Yes, sir. You wait here, Mrs. Sanders.
All right.
I say, Captain Drummond, is he... No, he's just unconscious. Here, help me pop him up. Yes, sir. Now, here's his wallet. George Lawson, Millbrook Sanitarium. Millbrook Sanitarium? Evidently by the uniform he's wearing, he's one of the sanitarium guards. I say, look, he's coming too, sir. Who are you? We were driving along and we found you here in the road. He got away from me, I'm going to find him. I got to... I will, if I were you. No, you don't understand. On the contrary, I do understand. I took the liberty of looking through your identification, Lawson. You're from the Millbrook Sanitarium. You're here in these mountains to track down Victor Sanders. Yeah, that's right, but how did you know? Oh, Captain Drummond and I are here for the same reason. Captain Drummond? Yes. I'm working in Mrs. Sanders' behalf. Well, then you know about him. You know all about Victor Sanders. Yes. I say, what happened to you, Lawson? Well, we had an idea that Sanders would head to the island at Crystal Lake. Well, I drove up here to Stafford. As I came up the road, I saw somebody run across in front of my car. I was dead sure it was Sanders. He was wearing the white suit he took off the attendant he knocked out back at the sanitarium. Well, I stopped the car, and when I got out, I got it over the head. Then when I woke up, you two were here. Must have been Sanders, sir. Undoubtedly. I got to nab him before somebody gets hurt. Oh, you won't get very far alone, Lawson. What do you mean? Your car is gone. What? Look for yourself. Sign up. Yeah, it's gone, all right. We're on our way to the island in Crystal Lake. You're welcome to come along with us. Well, that's the spot I was headed for anyway. Well, let me give you a hand. Well, I can get up okay now. All right, then. Let's get back to the car. Captain Drummond, something just occurred to me. What is it? If it was Sanders who's not involved here out, then he may have reached the island by this time. He may have? Yes, and that means we may arrive there too late to save Ralph Conway. You get in the back seat, Lawson. Right. Captain Drummond. What is it, then? Look, sir, in the front seat. She's not here. Mrs. Sanders is gone. Sanders had disappeared. He searched the woods alongside the road, but not a sign of her anywhere. The darkness of the night and the heavy downpour finally forced us to give up. And then George Lawson, the sanitarium guard, and Denny and I got into the car and drove on to Crystal Lake. At a mooring, we hired a boat and nosed it out into the darkness toward the center of the lake. And then, through the windswept rain, we made out the faint glimmer of the lights of the island. There's the island ahead, Drummond. Yes. Denny? Yes, sir. We're coming to it. Yes, I see, sir. That red one over to the right must be the dock light.
Stay where you are. One move and I'll blow your heads off. You're trespassing and you're not wanted.
Yes, then you're holding Madam Nick that quite evident.
Why did you come here?
We're looking for Victor Sanders. We believe he...
You won't find Victor. He's free now. No one will ever find my son.
My face, sir, she's Sanders' mother. Your daughter-in-law neglected to mention you, Mrs. Sanders.
Oh, so Helen called you in. Well, it won't do her any good. She's schemed enough against my Victor, but now he's free. She can't hurt him anymore. And you won't find him. I'll see that you don't. I'll see that no one will ever find my boy. Get out of the boat. You're coming with me. And if you don't do as I say, I promise you I'll blow you both to pieces. Now, come on.
Denny and I stepped onto the wharf. As I got out of the boat, I saw Lawson huddled on the floor under the column. Luckily, unseen by Victor Sanders' mother, he dropped down there at the right moment. With a shotgun at my back, Denny and I were escorted off the wharf and along a path that twisted in and out among the trees. As we made our way, I anxiously awaited the moment for Lawson to come along and save the situation. And then, the moment came.
Say, Captain Drummond, that was a shot, a gunshot.
Certainly was, Denny. And a lucky shot for us. Look around. Sanders' mother is no longer with us.
She's gone. But she was right behind us a moment ago.
Obviously, the shot frightened her off.
I don't understand. What is this all about?
Wait. What now? Look down the path.
It's a man. He's running toward us. So it must be Lawson. Oh, now I get it. Lawson fired that shot.
No, Denny. That man coming this way isn't Lawson. Have your automatic ready.
It is, sir. You're Captain Drummond?
Yes, and I suggest you stand right where you are.
Unless, of course, you care to see how this gun I'm holding works. Oh, no, you don't understand.
That, my friend, is the understatement of the week.
Well, my name is Conway, Ralph Conway.
Oh?
Helen told me she was getting your help. I've been waiting for you to come. I saw that crazy mother of Victor's take you away from the wharf. I was hiding in the bushes nearby. Then you fired that shot, Mr. Conway? No, it was Saunders. He did it. Saunders is here? He fired at me. I saw him through the trees. He was wearing a white suit.
A white suit, Denny. The one he took from the sanitarium attendant.
Then, sir, Sanders is on the island. Captain Drummond, you've got to stop him. You've got to stop him before he kills me. If you don't find Saunders, I'll never get off this island alive.
Conway led us to the main house on the island. In the huge pine-boarded living room, he sat in a chair opposite me, wringing his hands nervously.
Captain Drummond, I don't see what good all these questions will do. Don't you understand? If you don't get me off this island, I'll be killed by that madman.
You'll be all right, Conway. Denny is in the other room calling the police. Now, about the other guests who were here.
I told you they all left when they heard that Mr. Sanders had escaped.
But you remained. Why?
Well, Helen said she was coming back. I was waiting for her to return with you. If I had known that Helen wasn't coming back...
Mrs. Sanders was on her way here with me.
What do you mean?
She disappeared.
What?
You see, we made a stop coming up the mountain road. Helen Sanders was in my car, but when I returned to the car, she was gone.
Victor, he did it. He got to her. And now he's here and I'm next. You've got to get me out of here. You've got to get me away from this island. Don't you see? I'm next.
I told you, Denny is calling me.
The telephone line was dead. I checked outside. The wires have been cut. It was Victor. He's making sure I don't get out of here alive. Any sign of Lawson yet, sir?
None.
I wonder what happened to him.
He's probably scouting the island for Sanders.
Really, sir, this case has more disappearing acts than a magician's convention. First Helen Sanders, then her mother-in-law, now Lawson.
I have a fairly good idea where we can find Victor's mother.
Where, sir?
Conway here tells me that she has a small house on the other side of the island. She hasn't left this island for years.
Captain Drummond.
What's wrong?
Victor.
Come on, Denny. Conway, you stay right here.
I said, what is it, sir?
Hurry. We've got to get outside.
Oh, what happened?
Conway saw someone at the window. I got a glimpse just as he moved out of view. He was wearing a white suit.
Sanders?
Yes. Now watch yourself, Denny. He may be hiding in those bushes alongside of the house there. Come on, we'd better skirt around through these trees. Hold it.
What is it, sir?
Look over there at the rear of the house.
I see him, sir. He's turning now.
Yes. Coming back this way. Stay low.
He's getting closer. What shall we do, sir?
I'm going to try a tackle. In case I miss, have the automatic ready.
It'll be ready in any case, sir.
Down, Denny.
They've stopped.
Those shots came from behind us, Denny.
But Sanders...
Come on. Now, right ahead where I last saw Sanders coming toward us.
Yes, but if those shots came from behind us, who could have fired them? Sanders was in front of us. It couldn't have been him.
No, Denny, it wasn't Sanders.
Oh, dear, this gets more confounding every minute. We see Sanders, then those shots go off, and Sanders disappears like arrows. What does it all mean, sir?
Well, there, Denny, is part of the answer.
Eh?
This body in the bushes over here.
I say, a white suit, Captain Drummond. It's Sanders.
Yes, Denny, Sanders. And he's dead. Come on, Conway, this way out to the foyer. Sanders' body is there.
Oh, those shots, you killed him. You stopped him from getting to me. Oh, Captain Drummond, I owe you everything. You just name it. You can have anything you want.
You don't owe me a thing, Conway.
But you saved my life.
I didn't fire the shots that killed Sanders. Whatever debt you feel you may owe, it's certainly not to me.
Well, Mr. Conway, your troubles are over.
So I was telling him, Denny, but he's hard to convince.
Well, he can see now for himself. There's the body of the proof in that chair over there. Well, Mr. Conway? You fools! You stupid, idiotic fools!
What's wrong, Conway?
What's wrong? That body there. That isn't Sanders. That isn't Victor Sanders at all.
The dead man in the white suit wasn't Victor Sanders. Conway told him he'd never seen him before. He waited in the house a while, hoping Lawson would turn up, but Lawson didn't turn up. There was nothing left to do now but get Conway off the island as quickly as possible. We left the house and walked down the path toward the water. Well, you could stop worrying, Conway. There's the dock just ahead.
What about us, sir? Aren't we going to clear this matter up?
We are, Denny. We'll have a much better chance in the clear light of morning. We'll return here then.
Captain Drummond!
Sir! That's Helen's voice.
It is Mrs. Sanders. There she is coming up from the walk.
Oh, Helen! Helen!
Captain Drummond! Oh, Ralph!
Helen, you're all right.
Yes, Ralph, I'm all right.
Well, Mrs. Sanders, this is a surprise.
Oh, we thought that Victor had killed you. How did you get here, Mrs. Sanders?
I loaded over about 10 minutes ago, but I didn't expect to find you here.
Why not?
There weren't any boats tied up at the wall.
But we didn't our boat at the mooring.
Then he must have taken yours just as he did mine.
What are you talking about?
After I tied my boat, I started up this part of the house. Then I heard the motor start up. I rushed back to the wharf just in time to see the boat pull out into the darkness.
Oh, he's trapped us here. We're caught. We'll never get off this island alive, Onion. Mr. Conway is convinced that your husband is here, Mrs. Sanders.
I know he's here.
And what makes you so sure?
The fact that you're here, Captain Drummond. He came over with you.
With me? What are you talking about?
I ran out on you before because I was afraid. When you left the car to help that man lying in the road, that's when it happened.
Go on. What happened?
When you lifted him up, I saw his face in the headlight beam. It was my husband, Victor Sanders.
Lawson? So that's what happened.
Yes, Denny, it was a trick. The man in the white suit was Lawson. Sanders evidently knocked Lawson out and then took his clothes and identification. And then Lawson must have regained consciousness and come here to the island to track him down.
And that madman, Sanders, was in the boat with us. Why, you were certainly fortunate, sir.
Up to this point. But now we're sure Sanders is on this island, and it's at least 4 hours to dawn.
And I'm not waiting until dawn. I'm getting back to the mainland. I'm getting back. I have to swim it.
Conway, wait. Conway! Come on, Denny.
Conway. Sir, we'd better get him back to the house and see what we can do for him.
No, Denny, there's nothing anyone can do now. Conway's dead. then, through the trees, we saw the dawn rise slowly out of the east. We all sighed a sigh of deep relief as the pearl gray light grew brighter. I sent Denny down to the wharf to signal any early morning fishermen who might pass by. In the meantime, I was anxious to settle the main business at hand, murder.
The house Victor's mother lives in is just on the other side of this hill.
You're sure, Mrs. Sanders, you don't mind coming along?
I'll do anything to help Captain Drummond. But if you do get Victor, what will happen to him?
He'll get put away. Only this time in a state institution.
Oh.
He'll never bother you again.
It's just been terrible.
Well, with a bit of luck, it'll be over soon.
There's the house, Captain Drummond, at the bottom of the hill.
All right. You wait here till I return.
Please be careful, Captain Drummond.
I made my way down the hill carefully, shielding myself behind the trees and high bushes. I managed to get within about 20 yards of the small frame house. Then there was an open clearing. I dashed quickly across the unprotected opening and slid up close alongside the wall of the house. There was a window a foot or so away. I looked in, and there he was, sitting at a table. I worked my way around to the front door, waited a moment, then I grabbed the knob, turned it, door pushed in. Stay where you are, Sanders. What? If you so much as move a finger, this automatic goes off. Drummond. Stand up. Keep your hands out where I can see them, Sanders.
Sanders? What's the matter with you, Drummond? What do you call me Sanders for?
You can drop the act.
Now, look, I don't know where you get your ideas from. I'm being paid to track a guy down. I trailed him to this shack. I was just looking through some of the stuff laying around here. There, you can see.
Don't take another step, Sanders.
What's the matter with you? You're crazy.
No, but you are stark raving mad.
Now, wait a minute. Let me explain, will you?
You won't have to explain anything, Victor.
Helen, Mrs. Sanders, I told you to wait up on the hill for me.
So you did, Captain Drummond. But I decided it was best for me to be here. Now, you'd better drop that gun.
What?
Unless you want me to fire mine into the back of your head.
Well, one of those things.
Yes, that's right. Now, drop it.
Nice work, Helen. You came in just in time.
I arranged it that way, Victor.
You're a smart girl, Helen.
You can give your mother the signal now.
Sure.
Looks as if I walked into something unpleasant.
Yes, you did.
Well, it's all set, Helen. She got the signal. She's starting in.
Good. And the wind's blowing in just the right direction.
Hey, Drummond here looks sort of puzzled, doesn't he?
You put it mildly, Sanders.
Maybe I should let him in on it a little for all this trouble, hey, Helen?
All right, Victor. Go ahead.
Now, look, Drummond, I'm no crazier than you are. Maybe just a little foxy, but not crazy. I put on an act to get into the Millbrook Sanitarium. There was a stock swindle. I came close to getting caught it, and I figured if I was in a mental institution, they couldn't touch me. So I acted my way into one. Then while I'm away, Helen brings me the news that lousy double-crossing partner of mine, Conway, was trying to pull a fast one. So I had to get out and take care of him before he showed me down there.
And you took care of him.
Just like I'll do to anybody who stands in my way. Lawson was getting too close for my comfort.
So he had to go, too.
That's right. And now you've got the story, but you're not going to be able to tell it to anybody. When I signaled my mother out the window a minute ago, she started a fire in the woods. My mother's kind of peculiar like that. She's like a kid, just loves to start fires. So pretty soon this whole island will be on fire, and you and that stooge of yours are going to be here to enjoy it. Helen and I have a boat waiting for us in a cove back of the hill. And that's all there is to it. That right, Helen?
No, Victor. No, there's more.
Oh, what's that?
The part I didn't tell you.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You're staying here with Drummond, Victor.
Huh?
Conway wasn't double-crossing you, Victor. He wasn't double-crossing you at all.
What?
I just told you that. So you'd break out of that place and kill Conway. That would put you both out of the way permanently. And as your dutiful wife, I'd fall heir to the business.
Helen, what?
And that's why I called Drummond in, so everything would look right.
But it didn't turn out that way, did it, Mrs. Sanders?
No, but this way will do just as well. I'll still get everything I planned for. Yes, I can see the fire's working its way down here fast, so I'd better get started. Victor, you'll be first. My loving husband will be the first of you to go. Oh!
How did you change your plans, Mrs. Sanders? Nice shooting, Betty. Oh, I say, it was just a shoulder wound. Don't be so regretful about it. The state will take up where you left off.
How did he get here?
It'll be a pleasure answering that one, Mrs. Sanders. You see, I was somewhat suspicious of you last night when you came to me for help. When I called the sanitarium to check on your husband's escape, they told me that he'd broken out at 9 o'clock. You were in my house at 10. It would have been physically impossible for you to get from Crystal Lake to my place in less than 2 hours. Therefore, you must have known in advance of your husband's plan to escape. And that's about it, Mrs. Sanders. Now, let's get out of here before we're all broiled. I sit here in the boat as it skims over the lake toward the mainland. Once again, I turn to look back at the fire raging on the island. And I think of that flame-swept place as a funeral pyre. And I think, too, of the strange adventure which has just ended.
Horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! I'm Silver!
It was noon when the two riders reached Death Canyon. They eased their mounts through the scrub trees which fringed the sandy wastes and guided them along the hot, dusty trail which snaked across the basin toward Sutter's Gulch. The leader wore a black mask, and Silver mounted 6 guns within easy reach of his lean, strong hands. His companion was a grave-faced Indian. Their eyes, as they rode, were fixed intently on the blue-ridged mountains which ringed the canyon, searching for a sign of the danger which they knew to lurk somewhere within that peaceful mountain scene.
There's where the Indians hide out, Tonto. Those hills.
Ah.
The railroad men claim they've gone to those mountains after every raid.
Why Indians only attack railroad supply wagons?
I don't know, Kimosabe. They don't seem to bother the other wagon trains. Not one of the 4 supply trains sent out by the railroad has gotten through.
We look for Indians. Maybe find camp.
Not now. Dan's waiting for us in Sutter's Gulch.
That's right.
When we get there, we'll talk with the railroad men, and we'll know how to proceed.
Scout.
Silver. What is it, Kimosabe?
Me not sure. I think me see smoke. You look.
Yes, it is smoke. Indians.
That's signal fire.
Can you read it?
No, it's too far. Me not make it out.
There's a ridge dead ahead. We should be able to see what it says from there.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Silver. Easy. We'll climb up to that ledge, Tonto. We can see clearly from there. Now, see if you can make out what the smoke means.
Me read it now. Signal fire summon braves to war council.
War council? I wonder. Indians.
Them surround us.
Wait, Tonto. We can't fight those Indians. Too many of them. We'll try something else.
Standing side by side with their backs to the edge of the rocky ledge and a 90-foot fall beyond them, the Lone Ranger and Tonto stood waiting while the Indians came close. Then the masked man held both hands high, palms toward the savages, and shouted,
"Stand where you are!"
Me tell him in Indian tongue. Hugao Menikte, Gahiba Mula.
Your chief will be angry. He who comes as friend of Indians must not die. Take us to your leader. He wants a powwow.
Waga, Mohuga, chief.
Surprised by the actions of the Lone Ranger, whom they expected gunplay, the Indians turned to one another in confusion. The figure before them showed no trace of fear. Instead, as Tonto translated, he promised them grim punishment if they attacked.
There will be no eagle feathers, no hunting. You'll be punished as you've never been punished before. Your chief's anger will be great. It is my command that you take me to him.
With the Lone Ranger and Tonto closely guarded in the center of a tight circle of warriors, the Indians rode with their prisoners toward their village. As they reached the outskirts, the drums of the war council throbbed, then broke as the tribe saw the masked man and his friend approaching.
Easy. That must be the chief coming now, Tonto.
Him chief Spotted Deer.
Let's do the Hanawalago.
My friend and I come in peace.
Masked man speak with forked tongue. Him enemy, my people.
I don't understand.
Many moon ago, white men come from Sutter Gulch and wear mask like you.
Oh?
And bring firewater for my brave. Promise plenty booty. Then white men lead Indian to attack wagon train.
I see.
Soon soldier come from fort, make war on my people. Burn my village. Get revenge. But Spotted Deer get revenge first. Him strike now at masked men in Sutter Gulch.
Listen to me.
Why we listen to white man who hide face? Him like other who come here. Make trouble for my people.
I want to help your people, Spotted Deer.
Him not like others.
If you attack Sutter's Gulch, you'll not only kill your enemies, but innocent men, women, and children. Then the soldiers will seek revenge.
You not stop Indian now.
Wait. If I promise you that the outlaws will be punished...
Spotted Deer not listen to empty promise. You one are enemies. Now you die.
Wait. How can I prove to you that I speak the truth?
Brave men speak with straight tongue. Coward with crooked tongue. You want test?
Yes.
We give you fire test. Then we know.
Grasping the masked man's arms, the Indians rapidly bound his wrists with leather thongs. Then they tied him to a stake, around which the women and children had piled brushwood. At the old chief's command, the brush was lighted. In a moment, a circle of flames roared about the straight, still figure of the Lone Ranger. The Indians chanted exultantly and beat their drums even more fiercely as the fire crept closer and closer to the masked man. Suddenly, silence cut sharply through the village, and all eyes watched intently for the slightest sign of fear which might show on the white man's face. All ears listened for the smallest whimper of pain. The fire crackled beneath his boots and flamed up along the post to which he was tied. But the Lone Ranger faced the ordeal calm and unafraid. Then as the fire licked hungrily at the still, straight figure, Tonto struggled frantically with his own bindings to save his friend. Then Spotted Deer intervened.
Paleface, brave warrior, not show sign of fear. Cut loose. Masked man and Indian free. Bring horse.
I promise you that the outlaws who are your enemies will be punished, Spotted Deer.
Brave man speak with straight tongue. Indian believe you.
Many of your warriors are missing.
Them not listen to Spotted Deer. Them ride meet masked men. Attack wagon train.
When? Where?
Tonight. Death Pass.
Tonto.
Here come.
That wagon train is a railroad supply caravan.
Oh, that's right.
This will be the 5th attempt the railroad has made to ship supplies to Sutter's Gulch. If it fails, the company will change the route and avoid the town.
That hurt town plenty bad.
It will hurt the railroad, too. They'll have to lay several hundred miles of extra track to swing around Death Canyon.
And what we do?
You ride to meet Dan Kimosabe. I'll go to warn the wagon train.
Me go.
We'll meet later.
Get him up, stout.
Steady, big fella. Adios, Chief.
You make war on masked men and make trouble for my people.
They'll be punished. Come on, Silver.
Meanwhile, in Sutter's Gulch, Dan Reed, the Lone Ranger's 14-year-old nephew, awaited the arrival of the masked man and Tonto. Reining in his horse at the hitching rail, he sat on the porch of the Bartlett Wagon Express, where he could watch the trail. Behind him, through the open window of the express office, he could hear two men talking. The voice of one he recognized as Lane Bartlett's, owner of the Wagon Express. Then suddenly Dan became alert to what they were saying.
Golly, they're talking about the raids on the railroad supply wagons. I can't hear everything they're saying, but what I did hear sounds mighty queer. Gosh, I wonder if Lane Bartlett is mixed up in those raids. The Indians are supposed to be responsible, but I reckon there's only one way to find out, and that's to get as close to that window as I can and listen.
This will be the last raid you'll have to make, Spade.
Suppose them railroad men decide to try again with another wagon train of supply.
They won't. This is their last attempt. This train don't get through to Sutter's Gulch, they've decided to steer clear of the town. Heard them say so myself.
Don't like to lay tracks through territory where the Indians ain't friendly, huh?
Yeah, they might if they were given the chance. Being as their supplies and equipment didn't get through, they've got no rails to lay and no tools to lay them with.
Yeah, I reckon they're in a pretty bad way.
And we want to see that they stay that way. No slip-ups tonight, Spade.
Had no reason to complain so far.
Yeah, you're right. You and the boys have handled them Indians so that nobody suspects we're really behind the raids. I don't mean to forget it.
I see that you don't. We're running a big risk. Them railroad men got wise that we were setting the Redskins on their wagons.
Sure got them wondering how my wagon trains get through and theirs don't.
How'd you explain it to them?
Tell them me and the Indians are old friends. I used to run a trading post.
You've come a long way since then, eh, Bartlett?
Yep. Now I own a fleet of wagons operating between here and Coal City. I mean to keep them. That's why I'm smashing the railroad's plan to lay tracks through Sutter's Gulch.
Folks in town would benefit a lot if the railroad ran through here.
I ain't concerned about them. I'm concerned about me. The railroads through here would have ruined my business. People ship things by rail instead of in my wagons.
I reckon you're right.
But I've got something bigger in sight than just owning the Wagon Express.
Huh? What do you mean?
Someday I figure to own this whole town.
That's a pretty big order.
Not for Lane Bartlett, it ain't. You string along with me and you'll get your share.
You make it sound convincing. But first there's a little matter of burning that railroad supply train tonight.
Yeah. Who are you and the Redskins pulling the job?
Death Pass.
Couldn't think of a better place myself. Never get through that ravine alive.
Not while they got Cy Blackburn for a guide. He's leading them to their deaths, and they don't know it.
And they're paying them for it in the bargain.
So are we. Plenty.
It's a smart hombre who can collect from both ends, Spade.
That wagon train's riding into an ambush. If it isn't warned, the railroad men will be killed. I guess it's up to me. If only the Lone Ranger and Tonto were here. What's that? It sounds like... It is Tonto. Tonto, I thought you'd never get here.
Me see you on porch. You look like you're not want to be seen there.
Yeah. Where's the Lone Ranger?
Him ride the worn wagon train. Indians attack it tonight.
But then he knows. But I'll bet there's something he doesn't know, and that's who's behind the raids.
And who that?
I'll explain as we ride. Right now, the important thing is to get to the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Story. Dusk was extending slim fingers of shadow across the prairie when, in the van of the long caravan of wagons loaded with railroad supplies, which rumbled slowly over the seemingly endless trail towards Sutter's Gulch, Alec Dennison, leader of the train, and Cy Blackburn, the guide, saw a lone horseman riding rapidly toward them on a powerful white stallion.
What do you make of him, Blackburn?
Don't know. I'm keeping my gun trigger cocked just in case.
Must be something important to make him ride so hard.
We'll soon find out.
Masked.
He's an outlaw, Mr. Dennison.
Hold your fire. I'm not an outlaw.
I'm drilling you, mister.
No, you're not.
You shot away my rifle.
I had no choice.
Hey, who are you, stranger?
That's not as important as why I'm here. Indians are waiting to ambush the wagon train.
Ambush the... Are you sure?
It's a trick, Mr. Dennison.
They plan to attack you at Death Pass.
Death Pass? We're due there in 3 hours.
He's lying, I tell you. It's a trick of some kind.
Now, you seem very sure.
You're darn tootin', I'm sure. I'm guiding this wagon train, and if there were Indians around, I'd know about it.
I see.
That don't convince me, Blackburn. Indians raided the 4 other wagon trains we sent through here, and you didn't mention seeing them until they'd stolen the supplies and got away.
You're not going to take the word of this masked hombre against mine, are you? For all we know, maybe he's fixing to ambush us himself.
I'm not taking chances with this shipment. It's got to get through.
The only way is to circle the canyon and avoid Death Pass.
Circle the canyon? Why, that'll take us miles out of our way.
That's all right. It'll fool the Indians.
Hey, maybe you're right.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Dennison. Death Pass will take us straight into Sutter's Gulch. It'll save time and work.
I'm not interested in saving time and work. I'm interested in seeing these supplies arrive.
But I'm trying...
Don't argue with me, Blackburn. Change the course. I'm taking the masked man's suggestion.
All right, boys, turn around. We're circling the canyon.
Late that night, the wagon train formed a protective circle on the prairie, miles beyond the rim of Death Canyon. Suddenly, the staccato of hoofs was heard, and Tonto and Dan rode into camp. The Lone Ranger listened intently to Dan's story.
Lane Bartlett, eh?
Yep, and that's not all. The guide of this wagon train is a member of the gang.
Are you sure, Dan?
You bet. His name's Cy Blackburn.
That explains several things. Come along.
We look for guide?
Yes, Tonto. Perhaps we can learn more.
Golly, to think he was deliberately leading the wagons into an ambush.
Howdy, stranger. You're just the man I want to see. Haven't seen Blackburn around recently, have you?
I was about to ask you that question.
I reckon that settles it. He's disappeared.
Disappeared, but I...
Injuns!
Riding this way. It's a raid.
On your feet, boys. It's Injuns. Hurry up there. Come on.
As the Indians, led by the masked renegades, swooped down on the wagon train with wild yells, the railroad men rushed to defend it from the surprise attack. Suddenly, flaming arrows bolted through the shadowy night and thudded into the supply wagons. All around the caravan, tiny fires broke out. A fresh one flaming the moment an old one had been stamped out. Against these seemingly impossible odds, the railroad men fought gallantly.
Beat out those flames, men. We gotta save the supplies.
Hurry with that water, Dan.
I'm coming. Here it is.
Fire. Plenty bad. Make plenty fire.
Watch out for that wagon. It's loaded with blasting powder.
Blasting powder. Take over here, Dan.
You bet.
What you do?
Come on, Tonto.
He come.
Racing to the wagon where the blasting powder was stored, the masked man and the Indian quickly unlatched the door and crept into the dark interior of the huge van. Sometime later, they went around the ring of the defenders, their arms burdened with small tins of blasting powder, to each of which was attached a short fuse. These they left with the railroad men. Then they told their plan to Alec Dennison.
I savvy. Each man here's armed with a can of blasting powder. When I give the word, they heap them smack into their circle of redskins.
That's it.
I don't know how much damage they'll do. Pretty weak charge in each of them tins.
The explosion will frighten the Indians. That's the main thing.
I reckon it will at that. If all those tins explode close together like they should, it'll scare the Indians clear out of their skins.
Indians make ready to charge wagons.
This is it. Ready, boys? Let him have it!
As if catapulted by one arm, the small tins of blasting powder arched through the air into the rapidly closing circle of Indians. The railroad men, who saw death riding toward them in the grinning, painted faces of the savages, the fuses seemed to sputter forever. Then as the Indians closed ranks for a last assault, the earth beneath them exploded.
Look at them redskins run. We did it. We turned them back.
But how Indians know wagon train come this way? Who tell them where to attack?
I'd say it was Blackburn, Potter.
Dawn was rising over the prairie when, seated with Tonto and Dan by a campfire within the tight circle of wagons, the Lone Ranger revealed what the boy had heard to Alec Dennison.
Cy Blackburn and Lane Bartlett. You can hardly believe it. Bartlett's just about started gold's leading citizen.
Yeah, and as wealthiest, too.
Lane Bartlett. Don't seem to make sense that he's behind all them engine raids and the railroad wagons. And yet
Bartlett wants power, and he isn't particular how he gets it.
I reckon you're right, the ornery skunk. Inciting Indians to attack his own people. He ought to be hanged.
When he's caught, he will be. Just as the others. They'll hang for the murder of innocent men and women trapped on the wagon train.
He'll be caught, I'll promise you that. As soon as we reach town, I'll take that low-down polecat into custody myself.
But you can't hold him without proof.
Golly, that's right.
I don't aim to hold him. I aim to string him up with a rope necktie.
No, you won't, Dennison.
Huh?
Sutter's Gulch has a reputation for law and order. And I won't see you spoil it with a lynching bee.
You know of a better way to catch Bartlett?
Yes, but I'll need your help. Listen.
In the half-light of the daybreak, two horsemen rode wearily through the deserted main street of Sutter's Gulch and dismounted before the hitching rail of the Bartlett Wagon Express. Then, ascending the wooden steps, Spade and Cy Blackburn disappeared into the express office, where Lane Bartlett was waiting.
Howdy, boys. How'd it go?
It didn't.
What do you mean?
It fizzed out in a burst of firecrackers.
If this is one of your jokes...
Yeah, look how hard we're laughing.
Why, you fools.
Now, wait a minute, boss.
You stupid, plundering fools. The last raid you had to make and you fumble it.
It wasn't our fault. Cy's right. Everything was working out slick as we figured. And this masked man steps in and ruins the picture.
What masked man?
I don't know who he is. But somehow he got word the Indians were waiting to jump the wagon train at Death Pass. So he talks Dennison into taking a long way around the canyon. Yeah. Cy here hightailed it to the pass to tell me their camping site. So we hop up the Redskins with some more firewater and ride there to make the raid.
Well?
The masked hombre again. We're moving in for the kill. When he has them mule skinners, heave blasting powder at the Redskins. Well, after that, you couldn't see him for dust.
A masked man, eh?
Yeah, tall hombre. And greased lightning on the draw. It looks like an outlaw.
Sure, why else would he wear a mask?
It looks to me like he stepped in just to mess up our play.
And make one of his own.
What kind of play would he be figuring on?
I don't know. Yet.
Maybe I can help you.
Boss, It's him.
Why, that dirty double-cross.
Keep it in leather, Spade.
I told you he could handle them irons of his like a flash.
I reckon you heard what we were saying.
Yes. You shouldn't leave your doors open.
Then I reckon you know we've been trying to figure you out. What's your game, mister?
Yeah. If you're on the prowl, what's the idea of going out of your way to help Dennison?
When I went to help Dennison, I didn't know who you were.
Meaning what?
But if I'd known, I'd have acted differently.
Ah. Hey, this hombre sounds like he's all right after all, huh, boss?
What difference does it make now? Dennison's got his railroad supplies and equipment through.
Yeah, and thanks to that, you can ride finished across the Bartlett Wagon Express. With the railroad running through Sutter's Gulch, my wagons haven't got a chance.
The railroad isn't running through here yet.
Yeah?
They haven't even started laying the first track.
I'm listening.
What's on your mind, mister?
Without rails to lay and the tools to lay them, the railroad couldn't begin.
I figured that out for myself, mister. What I haven't heard you mention is a way to destroy that equipment.
Yeah, how about it?
I know a way.
You mean you... Oh, I savvy. How much do you figure it's worth?
Half.
What?
Half your business, Bartlett. Or nothing.
Looks like he's got you, boss. If you let the railroad go through, you're licked anyway.
Sure.
All right, you're in. Now let's hear it.
The supply wagons are camped in Silver Basin.
Yeah, I know the place. About 10 miles out of town. Ought to be a cinch to capture them wagons with a surprise attack.
Surprise attack with what? Them wagons are strongly guarded. You won't get them engines to follow you again after last night, no matter how much fire water you pour into them.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
There'll only be a few guards on the wagons tonight.
What do you mean?
Dennison's letting most of his men ride to town.
I savvy. He figures nothing can happen to him after last night, huh? So he's rewarding the boys with a night off.
Hey, we could wrestle them wagons with the boys and still show a lot more gun smoke than them wagon guards.
Yeah.
And you'll attack tonight?
Yeah, tonight at midnight. And you're riding with us, mister. Just so we understand each other.
I understand. I'll meet you here.
I still can't figure that masked hombre out.
One thing's certain. He sure drives a hard bargain, huh, boss?
That's right, Si. But I don't aim for him to live to collect it.
Midnight hung over Sutter's Gulch like a heavy pall. Main Street was shrouded in darkness, and in the clump of trees in the rear of Bartlett's Wagon Express, the shadowy figures of horsemen met silently and adjusted their masks. Then, with a tall man who wore a white hat and a black mask in their lead, the gang rode swiftly toward Silver Basin. Sometime later, they reached their destination and reined their horses quietly to a halt on the brink of a sandy gully. In the pit below, they could see the shadowy outlines of the supply wagons and a few guards standing watch near the flickering campfires.
Steady, Silver.
Looks like the masked man was right, boss.
Yeah, the camp's practically deserted. This job ought to be a pushover.
That's the trouble with it. Looks too easy. If you're double-crossing us, mister...
Lay off, Bartlett. Let's finish what we came for.
Yeah, you're first, mister.
Very well.
Don't open fire till you're sure your shots, boys. And make everyone count.
All right, Bartlett.
All right, right. Come on, Silver.
When are you planning to take care of the masked man, Bartlett?
As soon as we open fire in the camp, I've got him square in my gun sights. Before he knows it, he'll have a slug in his back. Come on, get up.
They've seen us, boss.
All right, boys, open up.
They can't stop us now. Those wagons are as good as ours.
And here's
hey,
what
boss, look. Sheriff's posse. They've surrounded the basin.
We've been double-crossed. The masked man. I want you, Bartlett. And I want you, you double-dealing coyote. You tricked us into a trap.
You tricked yourself by supplying all the answers.
He gets Spade.
I'll get you first, Reddy.
No.
Out of my way. Get up, horse. Get up.
Stop him. Don't let him get away.
I'm coming through.
Drop that gun.
I'll take you with me. Lead first. Stop it.
Swing him.
You're under arrest, Bartlett. You and your whole murdering gang.
That double-dealing polecat, if he hadn't lied to me...
He didn't lie to you, Bartlett. You outsmarted yourself. Dennison did let most of his mule skinners ride to town last night, but only so they could ride back to Silver Basin with me and surprise you and your gang.
That's right, Bartlett. You fell for the Lone Ranger's plan, hook, line, and sinker.
The Lone Ranger?
I'll Silver!
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
It's 8:30. 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, you are invited to test your wits against those of a quartet of almost know-it-alls. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, spontaneous and unrehearsed as ever, Information Please offers tonight that pair of intellectual giants, Franklin P. Adams and his colleague, John Kieran of the New York Sun and other papers. The charm of the evening will be provided by another equally famous pair, the co-authors of the bestseller, Our Hearts Were Young and Gay, Miss Emily Kimbrough, and her colleague, also famous as a dramatic artist, Miss Cornelia Otis Skinner. Now, we're going to begin with a question from G.A. Thomas of Frederick, Maryland, and it's about dreams that occurred in works of literature or art. Name the works in which these dream sequences occurred. Let's get 2 out of 3. In the first case, a very well-behaved little girl dreams a series of odd adventures. In what book does that occur, Miss Kimbrough?
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland. Yes, you see, this is a very, very easy sort of game we play, Miss Kimbrough. Here is another. 2 children dream about angelic visitors. In what work does that occur? Dream about angels. 2 children. Mr. Adams.
That might be a Du Maurier book.
I don't think it is.
Peter Ibbotson.
No, there is a long dream sequence there, but I don't think they dream about angels. No, it's in...
Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Uncle Tom's Cabin? Well, you mean when...
dream about the angels there.
Who does?
Little Eva.
No. She goes up to heaven as an angel, doesn't she?
Yes.
Yes, there you are. She doesn't dream about them.
Well, I surrender.
Well, it's in Humperdinck's opera and also the story of Hansel and Gretel, where the 2 little children in front of the house... remember it, Miss Kimbrough, now?
Yes, very well.
Very well. Now we have to get the next one if we're to... not to give Mr. Morgenthau a $50 war bond. A little girl dreams about sheep bleating. A little girl dreams about sheep bleating. Yes, Miss Skinner.
Little Bo Peep.
Little Bo Peep. Yes, can you prove it by giving us the stanza in which she does
She lost her sheep and didn't know where to find them.
True.
Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep and dreamt she heard they were bleating.
Heard them bleating.
But when she awoke, she found it a joke, for they were still a-fleeting.
Very good, Miss Skinner. That's exactly right. That gives us 2 out of 3. And now one from Mrs. H.O. Porter of Jacksonville, Florida. On this card, it tells me that the modern young woman has gone back to her grandmother's wardrobe, thing I had not noticed. And I want you to name for us at least 4 articles or styles that are a throwback to earlier times. Now, anything you say I will have to accept, Miss Kimbrough.
The snood.
The what?
The hair. The snood.
What is that?
Well, it's a rather heavy net. Which
Why do they wear it?
The hair in place.
It does?
Yes, and that's definitely a throwback.
That's a throw. When grandmothers wore that when they were girls?
Yes.
But why do they wear that now?
Hold the hair up.
And why did it take them 50 years to think of it again?
Because they're getting hair back.
Oh, that's it. Now I do understand. A snood. Very well. Now another. Let's have 3 more articles. Mr. Adams, do you get the idea of this question?
I get the idea, but that was before my time.
Miss Skinner?
Well, there's a kind of a hat that's become stylish called a boater, which was also smart in the 90s. just a small roundish hat like an English sailor's hat. A straw turned up thing, and it's called a boater.
It's called a boater. And they wear that, too. Snoods and boaters. Boaters and snoods. All right, that gives us 2. I'd like to get 2 more. Mr. Kieran, does this stimulate you?
Indeed not.
Well,
Yes, Miss Skinner.
silk petticoats, believe it or not, are coming back.
Yes, I believe them. I haven't. Well, I don't see why you should think that I'm skeptical. Silk petticoats?
Mm-hmm.
But surely not with silk as difficult to get as it is.
Well, they call it silk. It's some kind of a material.
I know something is coming back.
Mr. Adams.
Cotton stockings.
Yes, cotton stockings. That is true. Our grandmothers, I understand, used to wear cotton stockings, and so are their granddaughters. Well, that gives us at least 3. On my card, I have something called a barrel muff. What is a barrel muff?
Yes, that's
Miss Kimbrough?
right. It's a small muff. Looks like a diminutive barrel.
It does?
Yes.
And they've gone back to that, too.
Yeah.
And how is there anything else you can think of? I guess we do have 4 already with Miss Skinner's suggestion. Flannel nightgowns, are they wearing those again?
Long-sleeve nightgowns.
They are?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And isn't there a hairdo known as the pompadour, which is...
Yes.
Well, you see, I do know something about this after all. Now, how about this one from Mrs. W.T. Roberts of Tacoma, Washington? I'm going to ask you to sing, it says here, sing a song that expresses the idea or sentiment found in these lines of poetry. In other words, I'm going to give you 3 lines of poetry, one after the other, as is our custom, and you are going to sing for me anything that expresses the same notion or idea as the line of poetry. Here's the first. Be good, sweet maid, and let who can be clever. Now, is there any song in which somewhat the same idea is expressed? Miss Kimbrough?
Lady, be good to me.
Yes. Well, you wouldn't care to give us a little rendition? Miss Skinner perhaps will help you.
I don't know the words.
I can't remember how it begins. Lady, be good. Oh. Lady, be good. Oh, lady, be good to me.
Yes, Miss... I may say, Miss Kimbrough, that we're not quite used to so high a standard on this program. That's very good. Now, here's another line of poetry to match with a song. If music be the food of love, play on. If music be the food of love, play on. I should say almost any song that had to do with music would be all right as an equivalent. Doesn't have to have anything to do with food. Think of one, Miss Skinner?
Well, not that it has anything to do with music. How about tea for 2?
Well, it has to do with food, yes.
A pretty girl is like a melody.
Yes, that would be a very good one. Or perhaps say it with music, very simply. Any of those would do. Now, here's a line from Maysfield that's familiar to most people. I must go down to the sea again, to the lonely sea and the sky. Miss Skinner and Mr. Kieran are going to give us a duet.
Anchors away, my boy.
Thank you. That's very good.
How about Rocked in the Cradle of the Deep?
Yes, that's a very good one. Rocked in the Cradle of the Deep. Okay. That gives us 3 out of 3 and sends us on to a question from Edward R. Cook of Far Rockaway, Long Island. What would you get, ladies and gentlemen, if you asked a waiter for these foods? I'm going to give you the literal translation from the French or Italian that appears on the menu, and you tell me what the food is really called in its original language. If the literal translation is outside the works, what do you get? Outside the works, Miss Kimbrough.
Hors d'oeuvre.
Yes, and what are hors d'oeuvres?
Hors d'oeuvres are the preliminaries before the works begin.
Yes, that's very true. They're an involved method of taking away your appetite. Now, if the literal translation were good goods, you would get what? Mr. Kieran?
Candy.
Yeah.
Bonbon.
Yes, bonbon. Very good. Oh, we
Bonbon Buddy the Chocolate Drop.
We say goodies, don't we, too, as a kind of translation of it the same way. And if you ordered something called literally beautiful country, what would it be? Miss Skinner?
Bel Paese cheese.
Bel Paese cheese, yes, an Italian cheese and very good, too. How about this one from Edith V. Weeks of Ogden, Utah? Recite for us 3 lines in which the word worm, W-O-R-M, appears. Mr. Kieran.
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are e'en at him.
Say, that's
That
beauty.
is Hamlet giving a hint as to where Polonius's corpse may be found.
Yes, that's a perfect response. Miss Kimbrough.
Men have died and worms have eaten them, but not for love.
The word's out of my mouth,
What's it from, Miss Kimbrough?
That's from As You Like It.
Good enough. And, Miss Skinner, did you have a
I was going to
a
say,
worm
should
for
that concealment like a worm in the bud feed on a Dennis?
Is a bud.
Yep.
In-
the bud.
in the bud.
In the bud, yes, that's right.
I like
There
to
are
say
3
in the
worms,
bud.
and I should say
Mine.
that's enough.
There's
And-
another one. Oh, well, there are plenty.
Well, all right. Can you think of one more, Mr. Kieran?
Yes, nothing but the still small worm fretteth thine enshrouded form. That's from a minor poem by Tennyson.
I haven't the slightest doubt.
And a weather prediction, fair and warmer.
And now here are Mr. Cross and Mr. Rysdale.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. No wonder that with independent tobacco experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross. And now a question from Irene Hughes of Syracuse, New York. Suppose you heard a group of youngsters calling out these words. What would they be doing? I spy. I spy. Mr. Adams.
They would be playing I Spy.
And would you like to explain what the game is?
Well, it's a game in which one person hides his eyes, usually like this, near a tree. And then he says, ready or not, you shall be caught, and so forth. And the kids hide and frequently are caught.
What fun it must be for you, Mr. Adams. Yes. Now, suppose you heard this phrase. Last one in is a rotten egg. What would the kids be doing, Mr. Kieran?
Down at the old swimming hole.
Yes, and
Unshedding their clothes.
That's right. And suppose you heard, cheese it, the cops. Miss Skinner?
Well, just playing on the street, I suppose.
But particularly what? Not just playing
Cops
on the
and
street.
robbers.
No.
Have a care. The police are on fire.
Well, they'd be playing any game that's
Any game.
forbidden. Any game that's forbidden, there are some games that are okay, but if a game is forbidden, why, you cheese at the cops. I didn't expect that anyone as well
The
brought up as Skinner as
constabulary
you
is
would
in
know
pursuit.
How about this from Richard de Turk of Garden City, New York? Here's a Shakespearean question, I think rather a tough one. Now, in the tragedy of Macbeth, the following people are killed. Banquo, Duncan, Macduff's wife and children, and Macbeth himself. I want you to tell me in what order they died and who was the killer of each. You have to get this exactly right, Mr. Kieran.
All right, we'll start with Duncan.
Killed first.
He died first.
Killed by whom?
He was killed by Macbeth with a little aid from his wife.
Yes, a little brain work from
Yes. The next one who died was, what's that other name?
Banquo, Macduff's wife and children, and Macbeth himself.
Banquo. Was
Banquo
the next
is
one
right.
who was killed. And
Who did the killing?
the killing was done by a couple of hired murderers at the instigation of Macbeth.
Yes, were there several murderers, or was there just one in the case
There
of
were
Banquo?
2 murderers, and along came a third fellow who was a stand-in. And the next one who died, the next ones who died were Macduff's wife and children, all of them, at one fell swoop.
Yes.
All his pretty chickens on their dam, as he put it.
Yes.
D-A-M. And the
That's
last
cleaning
one to die was Macbeth, who was...
Who did the murdering of Macduff's wife and children? I want to get these gory details straight.
Well, some skunks who were sent there by Macbeth.
You're still sore about it, are you,
Yeah.
Kieran?
Then Macbeth had his separation.
Papers.
Yeah, his head was separated from his shoulders by Mr. Macduff in person.
Yes, that's a perfect response. Thank you very much. It really is a complicated set of assassinations to keep straight in your mind. Now, how about this one from Miss M.M. Gardner of Baltimore? Why would these ladies of literature fail to qualify for these services? For example, why would Kate Pinkerton not be able to get into the waves? Of course, you have to know who Kate Pinkerton is. That's the catch here. Mr. Adams.
Was Kate Pinkerton in Vanity Fair?
No, I don't think so. Unless she's
Pinkerton
moved.
was.
Who?
Miss somebody Pinkerton.
It wasn't this Kate Pinkerton. Kate Pinkerton is who? Well, isn't there an opera about Japan or something of that sort in which there's a Pinkerton? Yes. Now, what was
Madam Butterfly.
That's right. Now, how, Miss Skinner?
She couldn't have gotten him because she was the wife that Pinkerton brought back, didn't she?
No. Her husband was in the Navy.
Yes, I know, but her husband was Pinkerton.
Her husband was Pinkerton. He was in the Navy. Now, if your husband is in the Navy, you cannot get in the waves.
No.
That's one of the rules that the waves have laid down. Just why that should be so, I don't know. Perhaps you can think of some reason for it. Now, why... We got that one wrong, didn't we? Now, why wouldn't Mrs. Pepper be able to get into the wax? Mrs. Pepper. Who is Mrs. Pepper? Miss Skinner.
Well, is that the mother of 5 little peppers?
Yes, it is.
Brew, and you can't have 5 children and be in the wax.
Oh, I don't know. No, I think you could have 5 children and be in the wax. Of course, you'd have to be something of a prodigy. No, if you have a child under 14... She had 5 children under 14, remember?
Yes.
And so she couldn't be in the wax. Now, how about Jane Baxter? Why wouldn't she be able to get into the spars? Jane Baxter? Who is Jane Baxter? Mr. Kieran, I detect a glimmer there somewhere.
Must be a reflection from somebody else.
No doubt from our guest.
Any relation to William Sylvanus Baxter?
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Sister.
Adams. Pardon?
Probably a sister. She was too young.
Yeah, she was too young. Well, I think that's the only absolutely correct answer. She's the 10-year-old sister in 17 by Booth Tarkington. And that sends a $50 war bond to Miss Gardner and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica, courtesy of Lucky Strike, and sends us on to a question from Isabel M. Jacobs of Philadelphia. Who or what might be appropriately dressed in this fashion? Suppose the person were dressed, whatever you call it, with green eye shadow, in a russet brown gown and wearing emerald earrings. What sort of person would be appropriately thus dressed? Well, it puzzles me, too. Miss Skinner?
Well, there was a short story.
No, it isn't a single person.
Oh.
It isn't an individual.
Oh.
It's a type of person, as it were. What sort of person would dress that way?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Unless you do know of some special person who is dressed that way. Well, the answer is a red-headed lady. A red-headed lady would dress in a russet brown gown, wear emerald earrings, and have green eyeshadow under or over wherever one wears green eyeshadow.
You mean in russet mantle clad?
Yes, in russet mantle clad, a red-headed lady. Now, what would be dressed in this fashion? By adding a cherry, a slice of orange, and a piece of pineapple. Mr. Kieran.
An old-fashioned.
An old-fashioned, yes. An old-fashioned consists mainly of what, Mr. Kieran?
Of whiskey.
Of whiskey, yes, and the rest of it is just the
And the rest of it is no good.
The rest of it is no good. That's true enough. Now, what might be appropriately dressed by removing nearly everything? I see that stumps you. Mr. Adams.
Lady Godiva.
No, I said what might be.
Oh.
Mr. Kieran.
Oh, I thought said who. I was going to say champion swimmer.
Yes.
That's again who.
But what might be appropriately dressed by having nearly everything removed? Well, a fowl. Wouldn't you say, Miss Kimbrough? Yes, I should think a fowl. I guess we got that wrong. That would send a $50 war bond to Miss Jacobs and a set of the Britannica. And how about this one from M.G. Lynch of New York City? I want you to recite for us a line that includes these words, or sets of words. The first is, lean and hungry. Lean and hungry. Miss Kimbrough.
Oh, perhaps I may be sorry. I
No, I
got
don't
into
think
this.
so.
Jan Cassius wears a lean and hungry look.
Very good.
Half?
Yes, it's from what play?
Julius Caesar.
From Julius Caesar. Very good, Miss Kimbrough. Now, here's another set of words. Fat and greasy. Fat and greasy. Does that come back to any of you? It's from Shakespeare, too. Miss Skinner.
It's probably from Mary Wise of Windsor.
No, I can
Probably,
see the association.
Henry IV.
No, name a few more.
Greasy Joan does peel the...
That gives us greasy, but I don't think
there's no fat.
she's not mentioned as being fat. Mr. Kieran?
I thought it might come from Julius Caesar.
Oh, yes, it does.
I don't think it is.
No, they waved there.
No.
They waved there in the
There's a nasty
rabble.
description
Yeah.
of the citizens. It's from As You Like It.
Oh, wait a minute.
How about
it's
it,
a
Miss Kieran?
description of the fat and greasy citizens. The melancholy Jaques speaks the piece where the deer run off and leave the wounded comrade.
That's right. I think you ought to get 100% on that, Mr. Kieran. That's pretty good. I sweep on, you fat and greasy citizens. 'Tis just the fashion. How about short and simple? Short and simple. Mr. Adams.
Annals of the Poor.
Annals of the Poor. From what?
from Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard.
Very good. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3. And now here are Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross.
The best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story of what makes a better cigarette can be told in just 2 words: fine tobacco. For in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And smokers, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At auctions all over the South, year after year, we consistently select and buy the riper, lighter, milder Lucky Strike leaf. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2 to 1. In choosing your own cigarette, take a tip from the experts. Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Cross and Mr. Rysdale. And now a question from William E. Wiggin of Brookline, Massachusetts. What play ends with these stage directions? There are going to be 3 of them. Quote, a rotten shingle falls from the sagging porch, and the curtain falls slowly. As dreary an ending as I've ever heard. It ends what play? Miss Skinner.
It's probably Tobacco Road.
It is. It's Tobacco Road, yes. That's the way Tobacco Road ends. If it ever ended. Did it ever end?
No, it hasn't yet.
And here is another last stage direction. A dead march, exeunt bearing off the dead bodies, after which a peal of ordnance is shot off. What play ends thus? Mr. Kieran.
Is that Hamlet?
Hamlet is right. Yeah, that's very good, Mr. Kieran. And here is the third and last stage direction. They embrace, but they do not know the secret in the poet's heart. Miss Skinner.
Candida.
Candida, yes. So very. How does one express on the stage the?
I don't know. I tried proceeding.
Very tough one. How about this from Russell Newcomb of New York City? In a typical crew of 8 men in an American bombing plane, list the functions of the men and where they sit. That's an interesting question. Let's see if we can get it right. Let's begin furthest forward, shall we, Mr. Kieran? Will you start us off?
Well, I haven't seen. They shift those diagrams around. I don't know whether they have a. I don't think they have a gunner ahead of the pilot.
Well, what's in a large American bomber?
There is a pilot and a co-pilot.
In the first part of the ship?
Well, they're up aloft there. There may be a gunner somewhere ahead of them.
Ahead of the pilot is what?
Ahead of the pilot, he sits in a clear nose. That's a plastic probably now.
But who's ahead of him? Who's in front of him? In a bombing plane. Well, it's the bombardier. The bombardier sits furthest forward. Then behind him come the pilot, as Mr. Kieran reminds us, and in a crew, if there were 8 men, the pilot would have what else? Who else?
Navigator.
A co-pilot.
Well, a co-pilot. Now, behind
also a navigator.
Navigator.
Behind the pilot and co-pilot would be the navigator and who else?
Probably 2 side gunners.
No. Navigator and, we have 8 men to account for. We've got 4 so far. The radio operator. Navigator and radio operator. Behind the pilot and co-pilot.
Radio operator probably would also be a gunner.
Well, not necessarily. Not in a crew of 8 men, although he could operate a gun in case of emergency. Now, behind the navigator and radio operator would be what? Mr. Kieran.
Well, there's a gunner on top, there's a gunner underneath, and there's a tail gunner.
Tail gunner at the back, yes. But I'm afraid we didn't get that.
We certainly hashed that one up.
Hash that one up a bit, I think. Suppose we send a $50 war bond to Mr. Newcomb and a set of the Britannica. And here's
Those boys will do all right in spite of us.
Bet they will. And here's one from Mary Boylan of Rochester. Who was terrified by these sounds? The first sound was the tapping of a blind man's stick. Miss Skinner.
That was the boy in Treasure Island, Jim Hawkins.
Yes, quite right. And who was the blind man? Remember his name?
He was Blind Bill. He brought the black spot. Blind...
You got them a little mixed up, Miss Kieran.
Blind Pew.
Yes, Old Pew.
Blind Pew.
Tried to get the map from Billy Bone.
Old Bill, yes.
Yes, that's right. Now, who was terrified by the ticking of a clock? The ticking of a clock. Yes, Mr. Kieran.
Edgar Allan Poe's hero was a watch.
Well, it was a watch, as a matter of fact, and I suppose
it made him as big as clock.
Suppose I stick to clock and don't admit watch, because I have something in my mind.
My grandfather's clock.
Pardon? No, it was Captain Hook in Peter Pan. Oh. Remember the crocodile who had the alarm clock in him? He was known as an alarm crocodile, as a matter of fact. And Captain Hook was terrified of his approach because he'd bitten off his hand. Now, who was terrified by the sound of a heart beating? Mr. Kieran.
Oh, that was Mr. Poe's friend, although It sounded like a watch
Yes.
beating in cotton.
Yes. What was the name of the story in which...
The Telltale Heart.
The Telltale Heart, a terrifying story. The narrator is unnamed, as Mr. Kieran says. How about this one from Janet J. Stockbridge of Langhorne, Pennsylvania? Who are these ladies, of fact or fiction? The first one traveled in masculine attire and called herself Count Drona, Drohna. Who was that? Not an easy question.
Rosalind.
No, but it's a nice guess. Miss Skinner.
Oh, is that Lola Montez?
No, though she did travel in masculine attire sometimes, Miss
Fictional
Kieran.
character?
No, this one was a real person. Queen Christina of Sweden, who lived in the 17th century. Now, another lady, also a lady of fact, traveled about in armor and was once wounded in the shoulder. Who was that? Miss Skinner.
Joan of Arc.
Joan of Arc, yes, and Miss Kimbrough had her hand up, too. Now, how about this one who was discovered on a battlefield in infancy and grew up with the army and traveled with it? Who was that? Discovered on a battlefield in
Daughter
infancy.
of the regiment.
Daughter of the regiment, yes. Remember her name, Mr. Adams? That's very good.
No.
Who wrote the book? Mr. Kieran, remember?
It's an opera.
Well, isn't it a book by Ouida? Ouida, originally Miss Kimbrough, am I right
I'm
about
sure
that?
it is.
And the heroine's name was Marie. Well, we did get 2 out of 3 on that, and that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Miss Kimbrough and Miss Skinner, for adding to the fun tonight. In a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guests. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 3 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 3 $50 war bonds. And speaking of bonds, would you like me to read to you the plea of an American now interned in a Japanese torture chamber, politely known as a concentration camp? Here's what he says. Do not let them forget us. Tell America what they have done to us. Don't let our suffering be in vain. Ask them to build ships and buy bonds and fight in our name. If our suffering can bring a quicker victory, it's not wasted. If they know what's in store for them if they lose, dear Lord, how they will fight. Now, next week, in addition to our terrific trio, the old Kieran Adams-Levant combination, we announce as our guest our good friend, the creator of Mrs. Miniver, Jan Struther. Remember to send your letters with questions. Don't forget to send the correct answers, too.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with David Brookman and the Treasury Orchestra, and starring Martin Gable with Ann Shepard in a new type of radio play written by Honoria Murphy and adapted especially for the Treasury Star Parade by Milton Geiger, entitled How Far That Little Candle.
Well, you heard our introduction, a new type of radio play, we said. Oh, I know, you're probably thinking you've heard many radio plays and you've heard almost everything. But not this. Not quite this. This time you're going to hear our play and you're going to see it, too. Now, to start with, do this. Pick out a blank space on your wall for a screen. Or better still, simply close your eyes and lean back. Now, there's a wall of darkness in front of you. That will be our screen. Our voice is the light that will illuminate that screen. Well, we're going to project moving, living pictures on that screen for you. You ready? Now follow the camera with us. Listen and watch. Watch.
Sequence 1. Lights, camera, action. Sound.
First scene. A wedding dinner by candlelight. But where are the bride and groom?
Bride? Where's the bride? Yoo-hoo, bride!
Where's the bride and groom to cut the wedding cake?
Yeah, a groom! Oh, groom!
Bride, we're coming!
Oh, there they are, there they are. Here comes the bride.
Accompanied by the groom and the pride of the Navy.
Here comes the pride of the Navy. Hey, Navy!
Quiet, all of you. What's the trouble?
Hello, bride. Hello, groom.
Hello, Tuffy. What's on your mind?
The cake.
The cake? The wedding cake. You've got to cut the wedding cake. It's traditional.
Oh, is that all the racket was for?
Is that all? Why, it's everything, Ensign Robert Green. It's full of significance and tradition.
Yeah, and raisins and nuts and raisins.
Besides, I've got to put a slice under my pillow tonight.
Are you serious?
It's a tradition, dear.
Messy, isn't it?
Well, they do say that if a girl puts a slice of wedding cake under her pillow when she goes to sleep, she'll
get crumbs in bed.
Oh, Tuffy.
Oh, Tuffy. Oh, Tuffy. Never mind. I'll cut the cake, kid.
You guide Nancy's hand, Bob. Wait.
What's the matter, Nance?
I just wanted to look around at everything. I wanted to remember everything, just as it is, under the golden candlelight. Something beautiful and quaint and reliable in candlelight. Isn't there, Bob, dear?
I guess so, sure.
How far that little candle throws his beams. So shines a good deed in a naughty world. You remember how we used to learn those speeches from Shakespeare in high school, Bob?
That was a long way back.
But there's a much longer way ahead of us. Isn't there, dear?
All our lives, Nancy.
Sweet, ain't it?
Oh, you.
Now, how about that cake?
Oh, yes. Where's the cake knife?
Here, Nancy, cut.
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 Cut. Scene 1, print that. The wedding of Nancy Baldwin and young Ensign Robert Green, United States Navy. Wedding scene by candlelight. Only what was wrong with that picture? It was wrong, wasn't it? It all seemed so unreal. Somehow you felt as though you wanted to touch one of those unreal people on the shoulder and say, "Pardon me, but how long have you people been dead?" Well, we can explain everything. That wedding and all the people in it seemed unreal because it never happened. It could have happened and it should have, because Bob and Nancy were meant for each other. But that wedding never happened and never will, because of something else that did happen first. We'll see. Follow the camera.
Sequence 2.
Here's the picture. It's Nancy sitting in her bedroom window. It's a few weeks after the wedding that never happened. Nancy sits at her window overlooking the beach and the ocean, stares unwinkingly out to sea. Her lips move.
How far? How very far? How far?
This is Nancy Baldwin as she is today. All day, every day, she stares out at the ocean. Behind the wide, lovely eyes, behind the beautiful young face, there's nothing. Nothing. Whenever a ship appears on the horizon in broad daylight, then horror comes into her young face.
A ship. It's a ship. Close the shutters. Close them. Draw the curtains. Turn out the lights in here. Turn out the lights. Turn out the lights.
Her father runs into the room, takes her in his arms, soothes and comforts her.
Yes, Nancy, there. It's all right, dear. It's all right. Yes.
How far? That little candle.
There, dear.
That little candle throws its beam.
Now, dear.
How far?
This is lovely Nancy Baldwin, the bride who wasn't. What brought her to this? Why? Suppose we look at the next picture. Now let's go back a few weeks before the wedding that never happened, to a calm, lazy summer evening in the Baldwin home overlooking the sea.
Sequence 3.
Nancy's bedroom. It's evening. Nancy sits at her dressing table getting ready for dinner. The room sparkles with many reflections of the many lights within the room. The ocean breeze billows back the curtains over the windows. A framed photograph of her fiancé, Ensign Robert Green, smiles at her from the dresser. She smiles back gaily.
Hiya, sailor.
Her door is ajar. Her father, passing down to dinner, stops outside.
Nancy,
Dad?
are the shades drawn on your windows?
Oh, I know.
Well, you'd better pull them down or close the shutters or something.
Oh, who's going to see? Who cares anyhow? Come on in, Dad.
All consideration of modesty aside, darling, you ought to realize that light can be seen from miles out to sea. Either you douse those lights or close the shutters.
Oh, stop.
Now, never mind that, Nancy. We've all got to realize the importance of the shoreline blackout. You can't be too careful.
All right, I'll take care of it in a second, Dad.
Be sure that you do. Hurry down to dinner, darling, will you? We're waiting.
Just as soon as I get my hair in civilized shape, Dad.
Follow the camera as it looks over Nancy's shoulder, picks up her eager, youthful expression in the mirror. Pretty, isn't she? And gay and thoughtless, isn't she? Now follow the camera as its eye glances off her shoulder, across neck and back, pauses on the glowing boudoir lamp, climbs to the ceiling and focuses on the overhead light, then across the ceiling, down the east wall to the window, where the camera pauses a moment. The window open to the darkness without, open to the brilliance within.
Exterior shot, close up.
Now we're on the outside of the house. We see the rectangle of unguarded window glowing in the soft midsummer night, blazing.
Exterior shot, long shot.
From a distance, the windows are smaller, but a long beam of golden light pours into the night. Follow the camera. Follow the beam of light out over the sands, over the curling surf, out far into the night, out over the long swell of the open ocean where the windows are a yellow blur like starlight seen through haze. Follow the beam, dim now and diffused, but bright enough still to glisten on the slithering thing that makes two feathers in the water.
Close up.
The periscope of a submerged submarine. Follow the camera. Down the periscope, into the submarine. The Nazi commander stands at the eyepiece of the periscope. The sensitive listening device of the U-boat has heard a ship's propellers. The periscope breaks the surface like a cobra, rearing its poisonous head to strike. The commander stops his slow scanning of the sea with his periscope. His lips tighten. He draws in his breath softly.
Achtung.
Achtung. Attention. What does he see? Follow the camera. Up the periscope across the dark swells of the night sea toward the diffused glow from the beach. Then the glow is extinguished, comes on again, goes, comes on. A ship with funnels and masts and serried superstructure. A ship is passing through the beam of golden light. Travel with the camera across the waves, up the steel walls of the ship, over the rail, up to where a man stands watch. Ensign Robert Green, United States Navy. All is well.
Back to Nancy's room.
Nancy's almost ready. Her father is impatiently outside again.
Nancy, we're waiting for you downstairs.
I was just going to go down, Dad.
You darkened your windows, didn't you?
What? Oh, right away this very instant.
Well, it's too late now. Just turn out all the lights and come downstairs.
In a second, count on it. Oh, dear, now who'd be calling me at dinner time? Hello? Oh, hello, Agnes. Where are you, Aggie? Oh, what a surprise. How are you?
Nancy interrupted in her good intentions by a school chum turning up again.
Interior of Nazi U-boat.
The commander's at the periscope. Out in the darkness, but dimly silhouetted against the diffused light from one window on the shore, is the American destroyer.
Auf Tauchstation.
Slowly, boldly, the submarine creeps closer to her quarry. The range grows shorter.
230 Meter. Stopp bei 200 Meter. 200 Meter. Stopp. Torpedowaffe. Achtung. Torpedowaffe. Achtung. Steuerbord klar. Fahrt. 1, 2. Feuer.
Follow the camera. Follow the torpedo. You see this boiling phosphorescence in the dark water? That is the cobra's venom projected through the ocean that is ours, at men who are ours. Behold this boiling path of destruction, this swimming mechanism daintier than a watch, deadlier than 10,000 bullets, straight as an arrow, unheard and unseen. Closer, closer to the looming body of the destroyer, outlined dimly against the gloom. Closer, closer. The destroyer is a steel wall. Higher, closer, larger, closer, higher, darker, closer, closer, closer.
Over to deck of destroyer. Ensign Bob Green on watch.
Torpedo! Torpedo on starboard quarter! Stand by for torpedo!
Nancy's room, an instant later.
Nancy sits up sharply, looks out the open window.
A ship.
Nancy! Nancy, did you turn out your lights?
A ship. Burning. A ship.
Nancy, did you hear me? Did you turn out your lights?
No. No. No!
When in God's name, do it! Do it! Come down here! A ship's been torpedoed out there! She's on fire!
The beach. There's a light upon the sand, but it doesn't come from Nancy's room now. Her room is dark. The sea is alight. The sea is burning.
That's all. There goes her magazine. God be with their souls.
I'm going up to my room.
Nancy, stunned beyond tears, lying on her bed. The camera looks out over her still body, out through the window where the flames are sprawled flatly over the sea. As you watch the picture, the flames flicker and go out. Now there is total darkness. Darkness at last. Dearly, dearly purchased. There will be no survivors. Last sequence, same as sequence 2. Nancy's bedroom. Now we know why Nancy sits at the window staring emptily out at the ocean. Why that wedding never happened. Why behind the lovely eyes, behind the beautiful young face, there's nothing. Nothing. Only when a ship appears on the horizon does she speak. And horror comes into her face, and she closes the shutters and draws the curtains, and sits crooning and shuddering in the darkness, saying over and over, over and over,
How far that little candle throws his beams. How far.
over and over,
How far.
over and over.
Over and over. Someone, somewhere is unwittingly doing something that's costing the lives of the boys who are fighting for our freedom. And perhaps the one thing above all others is putting off until tomorrow, buying the war bonds and stamps we should buy today. Ladies and gentlemen, winning this war is your own private job, and the harder you work at it, the sooner the job will be finished. That means buying war bonds and stamps to the last dime and nickel, over and above your bare living expenses. Not just what you can afford. Wars are lost that way, not won. We've got to buy and keep on buying enough bonds to give us planes, tanks, guns, and ships in such overwhelming masses that nothing in the world can stand against them. At least 10% of everything everyone earns will do it. So be sure to lend 10% of everything you earn to safeguard 100% of everything you have.
Now, mate, there's only one theme like that lying around, so with that, here's the guy who handles the controls, the king of the tenor saxophone, Charlie Barnett.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Jim. Well, we're back again with another batch of bounce for you customers. And today we have a guy sitting in with us up there where the brass blows loud that I think you'll enjoy. It's Roy Eldridge, top trumpet man of this set of years or any other.
Well, with Roy along for the ride, Charlie, here comes the first blast from the Barnett Motors.
And that would be in a mellotone.
Well, clear the decks, men. We're in for a blow. And that's really blowing up a storm, Roy.
You like that, eh, Jim?
You can play that again anytime.
Well, grab that spotlight for Roy again, because here he is in a grand old favorite, pointing at that blue moon.
That was really great, Charlie. And now, Charlie, what was that you said you wanted to say about Duke Ellington?
Oh, well, as you've heard, we have a lot of the Duke's compositions in the library. He's pretty generally credited for being one of the finest musicians of this age. So naturally, a bit of his influence has crept into our particular style.
Which is seen in this particular arrangement of the Dukes, titled Bakif. Is that right, Charlie?
Well, you be the judge, fellas. Here's Bakif.
Well, that's showcasing the Barnett horn and arranging in fine style, Charlie, and thanks a lot.
Now, Jim, guess it's about time to get Roy Eldridge up front again for a solo detail.
Well, that's a good deal. What'll it be?
Well, it's a nice blues pattern, which, for want of a better title, is tagged Gulf Coast Blues. Mr. Eldridge will show you the way.
Well, blow away, Roy. Blow away.
Thanks, Roy. Say, Jim, did you say you like those blues moods?
Any old time, Charlie.
Well, then here's more of them right back at you. It's a new one in the book, and we'd like to show it off here in Downbeat Hall today. It's a new one, rather, on an old jazz standard, the West End Blues.
And, may I add, it features some of the great saxophone artistry of a guy named Barnett. Let's hear it, Charlie. I still say that sax man plays like Charlie Barnett.
Oh, not that bad.
Oh, you can't joke your way out, Charlie. And now lift that horn and let's edge into that jump opus you have listed here as In There.
And that's just where we'll be, with Roy pitching.
Well, that was in there all right, Charlie, but we're right out here just shy of the sign-off. So how's about a so long and stuff?
Well, many thanks, gang, for having us over on this chapter of the Downbeat Chowder and Hiking Society. That goes for Gwen Tynes and Roy Eldridge. And this is Charlie Barnett saying good luck and see you.
So long, Charlie. So long, gang.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, men, it's Command Performance and Company walking into Hollywood's Bank of Entertainment and making another payment on account of those great letters rolling in from you guys in the AEF and your fighting partners in all the United Nations. And speaking of accounts, Don't forget that Command Performance is an open account for you to draw against whenever you like, for those letters are checks, good anytime, anywhere, and backed in full by the Special Service Division of the War Department. And now meet your chief teller for tonight, the gal whose voice is really the money in your book, making her umpteenth appearance on your big show, the Tennessee Thrush, Miss Dinah Shore.
This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the buglers command. They're in the Army and not in the band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. You're in the Army now, you're not behind the plow. You gotta get up, you gotta get up, you're in the Army now. You're in the Army now, you're not behind the plow. You gotta get up, you gotta get up, you're in the Army now. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore.
Thank you. And thanks, Ken Carpenter, for getting me on. Hello again, fellas, and love to the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Coast Guard, the Merchant Marines, civilian workers, nurses, and all you fellas in all the United Nations. Whew, it's a load of loving. But loving or fighting in the USA, we can really dish it out. How about that, Mr. Rommel? Anyway, it's swell of you guys to invite me to Command Performance so often. It's gotten to be kind of a habit, one of those habits you want to hang on to instead of breaking. And you meet all the best people here on Command Performance. For instance, there's a fellow here from Texas, a real Texan, and he's dropping in to pay his respects to Callahan and the crowd at APO 827, and 20 nurses in England, and Bob Raymond and pals, and for a whole army of guys from all over Texas and the good old South. Before Vaudeville had that accident, you probably saw this lad around your own hometown, 'cause I know he played everything from the local bijou to the fifth race at Santa Anita. So, meet that great character actor, and a character in his own right, Chill Wills. Well, howdy, Chill.
Hi, Donna.
The last time I saw you was down Nashville way. What's new, Chill? I understand you lost your Texas drawl.
Well, listen to me talk. You wouldn't think I come from Red Bank, New Jersey, would you?
Nope.
No, I come from Seagoville, Texas. You know, it's a funny thing about a Texan getting into show business, Dinah. I was down in Dallas one day, and a fellow lateraled a joke book at me, and I started reading it, and I ended up out on the Dixie Highway, and a fellow handed me a bucket of white paint and a brush, and I started painting a stripe down that Dixie Highway. And you sure do get around the country doing that. I ended up in Chicago in a burlesque theater as a hick straight man. It was the Haymarket Theater, and then they tossed me around from Tinkers to Evers to Chan.
Old triple play, huh?
Yeah. And then came the grand old thing, vaudeville. Well, I fought that down to the last bulb in the footlight. And they got to locking those vaudeville theaters up so much till I got shut up in one in Tacoma. So I moved out to California here. Pictures, lock, stock, and barrel. And since I've been out here, I've had to hock the lock and sell the stock, and it looks like MGM's got me over that barrel.
But you like it here in Hollywood, don't you, Chill?
Oh, after a fashion, it's wonderful. They got a lot of... I like the way you showing me around and squiring me around. I like that trip down Hollywood Boulevard the other night, even with the dim out and all. And when we stopped in that big drugstore, I never saw such drugstores. Well, we were standing there, and we'd worked ourselves down to the Hornish section, and finally you decided you wanted yourself a chocolate soda, and We were sitting over there sucking our sodas through a straw.
Well, Jill, everybody has to suck their soda through a straw.
I know it, but you broke your straw and you called the manager of the drugstore back and you said my sucker's broke and he looked right smack dab at me.
Well, anyway, Jill, here's where you're supposed to pop in with a song, isn't it?
I'm going to toss that remark right back in your lap, young lady.
You are?
Dinah, I, too, have written a song.
Uh-oh.
Now, come on. Will you do it for me tonight? Just take about 8 bars of it. It's kind of good. Meredith has got it all fixed up for you. And if you don't like it, you can go into that old bromide, go into your dance, you know.
Oh, man, these song pluggers do sneak up on you. All right, I'll take a chance on you anytime. Blue-eyed sailor, huh? Well, let's try it just for size.
Voila.
Here's a letter that I wrote, just a pensive little note to a man among men who's out there to win, sailing the deep blue sea. As my heart beats all the while near a South Pacific isle, where a blue-eyed god is doing a job for you and me. Our parting was so tragic. Protect him with South Sea magic, so that he will know I love him so, that blue-eyed sailor of mine. He's out in the South Pacific. They say he's doing terrific. And just to be specific, I'll always be true. Who wouldn't be true to that god near a coral isle? I warm at the thought of his smile, and the day when he'll be sailing home to me.
Dinah, you're a solid chick.
Oh,
Fellas, here is a very stoic dame. You really got in there and cut that pine tree down for me, honey.
Oh, flattery. You men are all flatterers. Say, Jill, I just heard that all men with big mouths are liars. Do you think that all men with big mouths are liars?
Well, I don't know, baby. I've just got a buttonhole gun.
Thank you. Thank you, Chill Wills, and stick around. Well, fellas, every now and then some one of you gets a hankering to hear an old familiar sound of things back home. And Command Performance, of course, hankers to oblige. Here's a shorty scribbled out by Sergeant Bill at APO 301. Dear Command Performance, I hope you won't think this is a silly request. At least, I don't think it is. And I've got a hunch you won't either. I come from a small town in Wisconsin, and what I'd like to hear is the old village church bell. Don't ask me why. I'd just like to hear it. Thanks. Okay, Sergeant. Here's your wish. The old village church bell. And while the church bell is ringing, we're calling R.W. Williams at 962, and 7 more sergeants at 953, and Jimmy Argo and Dick Grunman, 2 leathernecks in the radio shack somewhere in the South Pacific. The village bell goes along with your request, fellas. Your favorite quartet, the Charioteers, singing the old rugged cross.
On a hill far away stood an old rugged cross, the emblem of suffering
and shame. And I love that old cross where the dearest and the best are a world of lost sinners was slain. So I'll cherish the old rugged cross. Till my trophies at last I lay down, I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for
Beautiful. Thank you, Chariot His. Now, fellas, here's a letter that says, Darling Ann. We got a bunch of guys out here who think they're pretty fast on their feet. So how's about you coming on and showing these guys up with a tap dance like you do in the pictures? And please mention our names. Fellas, here's Darling Ann. Ann Miller. Welcome to Command Performance, Ann.
Thank you, Dinah. And what a welcome.
How come?
Oh, I mean that musical play on. Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry.
Oh.
After all, Diana, my dancing is an art. Why, it took me years to perfect it.
How many years, dear?
How many years, dear, have you been singing My Mama Done Told Me?
Okay. See you in the alley right after the broadcast. But seriously, Ann, I hope you got those famous tap shoes on.
Why, yes, Diana. And for a lot of our men who've written in, Villeneuve, Johnson, and Tracy at 960, and Mullaney, Fisher, Lee, and the gang down in the Canal Zone. I'd like to answer those commands for me to tap out a message to the AEF.
What's the message, Ann?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it says, Love from Ann Miller, but actually it's thumbs up and V for victory. Thumbs up and V for victory. On land or sea for victory. 10 million Yanks from Kankakee to Kalamazoo to Kokomo are ready to go. Let's keep Old Glory in the sky. A Yankee rainbow riding high. Roll up your sleeves and help the gal who carries the torch to hold it high. Whatever befalls, America calls. Thumbs up and V for victory.
Thanks a lot, Ann Miller. Comes now, fellas, a musical event that's been causing quite a pileup in the mail department around command performance. Among those responsible are Private First Class H.L. Allen, Marine Corps. Allen writes every 2 weeks for the same star. Slow down, Allen. She's coming up next. And she's singing tonight for Hatfield and the Mob at APO 876, for DiLorenzo and the boys at 957, and you fellas at 869 and also 853, and the Red Legs at 829, and for Muscarella and the crew sweating it out at 817. Presenting the lovely song, You Are Free, from Apple Blossoms, sung by Catherine Grayson.
Just a game that two are playing. Love is nothing but a game of chance. Oh, the one who chooses very often loses. Love is never sure to be romance. Always lurks in Cupid's arrow, but he hasn't aimed at you and me. If you're thinking of some other girl to love, you may always know that you are
Oh, that was lovely, Catherine. Drop in again soon. Well, sir, we're calling Ozzie, Mac, Mousy, and Hofer, ex-farmhands over at APO 862. Sarge Kohlenberg over in India. Dell, Dilo, and Benny at 832. Mike and Paul also in India. India's really on the beam tonight. And Stoker Lawrence, care of GPO in London. We're working at your request, too, for the 87 mess. And Fosco at APO 838, how's it with you? Hello to Master McMillan at Greenock Mum, and regards to the British Isles. Here's more good news from Command Performance and one of your top favorites, those ever-loving Charioteers.
Now, no gal will ever make a fool of me. No gal, I mean just what I say. I'm not the simpleton I used to be. I wonder how I got that way. No, once I was full of sentiment, 'tis true, but now I've got a cruel heart. With all that other foolishness, I'm through. Gonna play the villain. running wild, mighty bold, feeling gay, reckless too, kept my mind all the time, never blue, always going, don't know where, always showing, I don't care, don't love nobody, it's not required, I'm all alone, running wild, I'm running wild, lost control, running wild, mighty bold, feeling gay, reckless too, kept my mind all the time, never blue. Why? I'm just running wild, just running wild, just running wild.
Fellas, right here I'm setting the stage for a preview of a scene from a forthcoming MGM picture. It's about an old guy and a dog. They're seated on a park bench. Way down the street there's a parade going by, and this old beat-up character, portrayed by Chill Wills, is whittling on a stick. He's going to tack something on the end of that stick. It's an American flag. He's turning to his dog and saying something. Let's listen.
Pretty, ain't it? I reckon if we traced this flag back, Shep, we could find the factory that wove it or the dye shop that mixed its colors. But shucks, you wouldn't know nothing about it from that. This here's one of these symbols that a man has to get up to make visible to his eyes sentiments, emotions, and memories, and the binding together of minds in some great adventure or cause. This old flag is beautiful because the things it stands for is beautiful and right and just. And maybe dim like a way down the years, these things will be a real and a more part of everyday life. I was just a boy of 18 when in front of Chateau Thierry, that was over in World War I in France, that I got my eyes open and know that to see this flag, you don't only have to use your eyes. You got to use some other kind of seeing that wells up from your heart. I suddenly found that maybe I could mistrust my eyes, but the things of the heart have a quality of certainty, like the passing of time or the seeing of truth. I knew then that I could die for this flag and not feel like I was doing too darn much either. Then in another battle over in the Oregon forest, we looked over to the east, and there it was a-flying. Our commanding officer called it Old Miss Pretty, but it looked like a huge bonfire burning on a high hill. And we forgot being tired and low in spirit, and we went on to fight like new men to establish what we thought was going to make the world safe for democracy. And I found out through all that scuffle just one thing that was left emblazoned on my memory, that if you don't never let this old flag down, it ain't going to let you down. Doggone it, here I am crying in my beard, and we're about to miss that parade. Come on, Shep, let's get out of here. Here, boy.
And now, fellas, for Bill Lux and Jack Butler in the frozen north. For North Carolina Tar Heel, Bill Hilliard at 302. Wonderful letter, Bill. For the London Regional Station. For Lloyd Jeffries and his Coast Guard mates up there in the North Atlantic. For Sal, Hatch, Stan, Baldy Bill, Queenie and Sam in the Hawaiian Islands. For Lieutenant Harold Bogan with speedy recovery from your shipmates. For Leatherneck Quattlebaum at 775. For the soldiers on Mongoose Ridge at 958. For Klein and for the crowd at APO 862, and Sarge Sailors and Top Kick Seals at 956. For you Army and Navy nurses and your boosters and the great little club called the Infantry, here's the song of the hours. There are such things.
That's true. There are such things. A dream dream for two. There are such things. Someone to whisper, darling, you're my guiding star. Not caring what you own, but just what you are. Peaceful sky. There are such things. A rainbow high, where heaven sings. So have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star, because there are such things. There are such things. There are such things. Have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star, because there are such things. There are such
Well, that's it, fellas. We're all talked out and all sung out. So we're rolling up the sidewalks till next week. This is Dinah Shore speaking for all of us here on Command Performance, saying we'll be looking for that mailman. And man, you just keep looking for the answers. It's love and kisses from the USA and the old international so long to all of you. Good night.
This program is produced for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This broadcast has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
Presents G.I. Jive. Well, here it is, fellows, the music you asked for, G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, right. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Just put your request in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. There's that ever-loving sound, men, so get set to latch onto another batch of red, hot, and deep purple tunes. In between the music, we'll hand out a sports item or two that might be of interest, but music's the thing. And we're giving the nod to Lucky Melander to thump out Apollo Jump. Apollo does jump when that man Millender gets off. Well, let's see what's with the sports world. When Pete Cawthorn, former Texas Tech coach and now coach of the Brooklyn Dodgers footballers, came to the home of the Bums, he made a favorable impression on the sports writers. Said, Pete, there's one thing I particularly like about pro football. In college, if you lose 3 games, you look for a new job. But in this league, if you lose 3 games, you look for new players. Any way you look at it, the situation ties in with Sister Tharp's little offering called Trouble in Mind. We see what you mean. Say, man, remember Les Kalchik, former Marquette star tackle and shot putter? Well, Les got that little note that begins, greetings, and he's now a grade A yardbird. But Les must figure on running out of ammunition someday because he's sent home for his 16-pound shot. Of course, he could have saved all that trouble by using one of my wife's biscuits. Comes now Kay Kaiser with Ain't Misbehaving. Ah, yes, good old Ain't Misbehaving. That one's been around for a long time, but a lot of you seem to go for the oldies, which reminds me, we're here to play what you ask for, so do some asking. Mail your letters to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Well, with a lot of ball players now in service, some screwy things have been happening in the leagues. For instance, the first string catcher of the Los Angeles Baseball Club is Billy Barney, a 15-year-old high school boy. Good? Listen, his first trip at bat, he slammed out a homer. He's played 12 games and has thrown out 11 runners trying to steal. And on top of that, he calls good signals and is batting a sweet .321. Some kid, eh, kid? Now for more jump as Erskine Hawkins comes to bat with Knock Me a Kiss. Ida James does the vocals.
But baby, if you insist, I'll cut out cake just for your sake. Baby, come on and knock me a kiss. I like pie, I hope to die. Just get a load of this. When you get high, don't want the pie. Baby, come on and knock me a kiss. When you press your lips to mine, 'twas then I understood. They taste like candy, brandy and wine, peaches, bananas, and everything good. I like jam, no flim flam. Scratch them off my lips. This ain't no jam, the jam can scram. Baby, come on and knock me a kiss. When you press your lips to mine, 'twas then I understood. They taste like candy, brandy and wine, peaches, bananas, and everything good. I like jam, no flim flam. Scratch them off my lips. This ain't no jam, the jam can scram. Baby, come on and knock me a kiss. Honey, sugar, darling, daddy, baby. Oh, knock me a kiss.
And with that, we call the game on account of no more time. See you soon, then, with more of the same. This is Frank Nelson saying so long. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
at ease. At ease. The Armed Forces Radio Service invites you to be at ease for the next quarter hour with music designed for relaxation. These are America's favorite melodies played without interruption. You have been at ease for the past quarter hour with the music of Andre Castellanos and his orchestra. Today you have heard Ave Maria, Speak Low, and the Old Refrain. All were musical selections designed for your listening pleasure while at ease. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.